Right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3. I think thanks once again to Claudia and colleagues for a great evening yesterday evening. Notwithstanding the rain, I think the the meal and the company was great. So thank you very much for yet again for the excellent arrangements and for working with Leah on that as well. I think it all worked out very well. Okay, so we come to day 3 of the meeting, and we come to the first item of today, which is improvements to IPSASB 2023. And I'll hand over to João, who's going to take us through that. So, João, over to you.
Thank you, Ian, and good morning, everyone. Good to see that we are all here after yesterday's good dinner. Before jumping into the technical items, I thought that it would be worthwhile to give just 2 notes to the board to give it the proper context. As you may have already noticed, the papers have a different structure than what we have been always doing here at IPSASB. So this is the result of the June meeting, the discussions, decisions and instructions that we had at that time, and also discussions within the staff. So we are now bringing an individual agenda item for each ISB amendment instead of having a single agenda item. So in terms of the structure and in terms of the content, we have developed a single template for all ISB's amendments, just to help also to guide the board through the rationale from the ISB's perspective, and then from our perspective, in terms of our literature. And so this will be kind of the first meeting that we will be testing this new template. If any board members have any further suggestions, staff is more than happy to take them on board on that, because we are planning to bring this template going forward, basically. So this is kind of the first test with the board. So this is the first point. The second point is that staff brings a revised exposure draft that encompasses the decision and instruction that the board took at the June meeting, and also engagement that I had with some board members in terms of drafting of the first draft, editorial suggestions. So it already addresses all that. So that's why it does not have the section that was removed. It is related to the measurement project. We have also 2 new sections, which is consequential amendments from the definition of material. So all that was rearranged as a result of the June meeting, basically. But in any case, if there are any editorial suggestions, drafting, staff is more than happy to take them on board offline as usual. And with this, so we are then jumping into the agenda. So we have 4 agenda items in terms of technical material. The first one on classification of liabilities as current or non-current, and non-current liabilities with covenants. The second one, the definition of material. The third one, interest rate benchmark reform phase 2. In this case, only specific related to IFRS 16, that it was not captured when we brought these amendments into our literature. And the fourth, lease liability in a sale and lease back. And then the final one, as always, we have the approval process of DZD. So jumping into the first one. So now I'm going to have to run the board, perhaps as this is the first one. The first amendment improvement we are bringing with a new template. So I'll spend a little bit more time also to test kind of how the board reacts also with this approach. So the first question that we did, so I also want to highlight that this work is to make it visible to the board, the work that the staff was already doing, but offline when we did the analysis. So we are making it now visible, the type of analysis that we do, and we also, and helps also to keep the memory of the project going forward. So the first question that we always ask here is, okay, what are the type of amendments that ISB did to their literature, IFRSs or ISs? So in this case, the ISB received the feedback from constituents that there were two issues that they had to address. The first one, it was identified that there was an apparent contradiction in IS1 between two terms. In a single paragraph, or in this case, sub-paragraph, it was saying unconditional right, and it was also saying expects and has a discretion to refinance or roll over an obligation. This in the context of whether to decide whether it is current or non-current. So, and many constituents coming to the ISB said, hey, but after all, what it stands, is it having an unconditional right, or is it having the expectation? Because sometimes both don't work at the same time, so you'll need to take a decision, hence the apparent contradiction. Fortunately for the ISB already had the new conceptual framework. Also, fortunately for us, because our own conceptual framework update is now also aligned with their own conceptual framework, and they end up deciding that having expectations is not consistent with their own conceptual framework. What they have to do is the existence of a right. So it's kind of a rights approach, and in this case, the existence of rights. But they haven't identified this, so I'm just already kind of exploring a little bit further of what they have done. But it was kind of they would have to take the decision according to what they have in their conceptual framework and also the economics of the transaction. So this is kind of a very good example. The second one was related. Okay, in this context, how you clarify the term settlement when determining that the liability is classified as current and non-current. So in two specific situations, whether the liability is rolled over under an existing loan facility is not a settlement, because to them it's mere rollover. And the existence of a right to defer settlement if it complies with covenants at the reporting date. What does this mean? It means that if at the reporting date the entity is already complying with those covenants, then he has the right to defer the settlement. The other way around, when those covenants are not being complied by the entity, then there is no right that can arise from that. So I'll not go into the details. Issues papers have more details, but this is kind of the high level overview of what they were facing. So the second step that the staff did, okay, they had this, let's look what we have in our literature, because our standard was drawn from IS1. What we identified is that, okay, we have the very same paragraphs that they have, and written word by word in the same way. So there was no deviation. So we not only have the same paragraph, but the paragraph is written word by word. So this means that the conditions and the situations that they were facing were also applicable in the public sector, basically. The first one, the apparent contradiction, and the second one about the meaning of settlement. Having done the second step, we then, okay, the third step is, okay, are these amendments applicable to the public sector? So, and then what staff did, and it is also in the issues paper, quite more developed what it is here, but kind of a summary, is that we found that whether it is current or non-current, we didn't find any public sector specific, because it's kind of about the economics of the transaction, and that is the same in both private and public sector. So hence we said, well, they have the same characteristics, the same economic characteristics. The second is that, we have also in our literature this apparent contradiction that needs to be addressed. Unfortunately, we already now have the updated conceptual framework that the board discussed about the rights that are already enshrined in our conceptual framework. So our option was, okay, let's go with what ISB did, because we have also the same thing in our conceptual framework, and we also be aligned with our conceptual framework. So now what we've done is we removed the wording unconditional rights, and we also removed the expectation, and we said, okay, what is relevant is the existence of a right at the time of the reporting date. I just, before going to the recommendation, I want to say one more thing, which was kind of a wording that are in the basis for all this is explained in the basis for conclusions of ISB's document. And what they said is that loans are rarely unconditional. They are often conditional on compliance with covenants or conditions. So, and that's why they said, okay, let's go with the existence of that right. And we also were compelled with this strong argument for the public sector. So therefore, our recommendation is to clarify in IPSASB for classifying a liability as non-current, the requirement for an entity to have the right to defer the settlement of a liability for at least 12 months after the reporting period. So I'll leave it with this. I'm sorry if it took a little bit longer, but I hope to be shorter in the next three items. Thank you.
Thank you, João. Both the explanation and also the introduction to the revised approach. Any concerns from members on the staff recommendation? Claudia.
Maybe it's not the right answer of your question. It's not a concern. More thank you to João to present us the new concept or how we present our thinking. The only thing I would like to expect would be helpful not only to have verbal if the amendment is in line with our conceptual framework. We have now only is IPSAS aligned with IFRS or with the public sector applicable, but that would be, I think, a standing task would be helpful.
Thanks, Claudia. Yes, I think that's sensible to make. I think it's probably implicit, but I think making it explicit would be helpful. To Abdullah and then Camira.
Thank you. I agree with the recommendation. Just one thing. Sometimes with the existence of covenants, entity gets waivers or entities get waivers on the covenant. So can we refer to that or something when they get waivers, they can consider it as non-current?
I cannot have, I don't have a straight answer right now because I need to put that into the context of all the decision making that they have. And I'll be more than happy to engage you offline.
Yeah, Ross.
No, I don't think you can, because a covenant is a legal term in an arrangement. If they've got a waiver, you're changing the legal term, so you wouldn't have the covenant. So the principle is, as João's explained, if you have a covenant that gives you, and you're in line with it and you have the right, you can defer. So I don't think we can put something in there different than ISB on this to the status of the covenant. I'd be writing a rule.
Just a quick comment. It's yes, covenant is a legal terms, but sometimes entity, they get waivers to not comply with certain covenants for a certain period. That's what I was referring to.
That's an application issue, though. That would mean the covenant doesn't apply to you because you've got a legal waiver. So the principle works.
Yeah, can I say something? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Camira.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, João. So I really like the way we are presenting now the analysis of the staff on each of the improvements that we are proposing. So it's much more clear so also for our understanding. I only have a final comment in terms of just for increase my understanding of it, of the proposition of this amendment. So if we have a liability and the settlement date is next year, let's say in 5 months. So that is fixed like that. But still, the entity has the right to defer it to other 2 years more. So they have the right. So, and they intend to pay to settle the liability next year, so in May or something. So that means with this improvement is that even if the settlement date is fixed for next year, and even if they intend and have the money to pay it next year, they will need to classify it as non-current liability. Is that the proposition?
Yes, a very good question. So staff thought about that. So, and the issue is that it's not about the need or not, or whether they're required. The issue is the other way around. As long as they have the right, they are able to put that after 12 months. They are able. It's not that they are required. But if even having that right, they intend to pay before 12 months, they then can put as current. But what this amendment allows them is, if they have the right, then they have the possibility to put it after 12 months as, and in this case, as non-current. That is the possibility that it gives them, which there wasn't before. So before, even without having that right, only by having the intention, they were able to put for 12 months. Now that is over. They need to have that right, or the possibility to exercise that right upon their own discretion. So that is a big difference in terms of then what I would say the maneuver that entities have in terms of this classification. Thank you.
Thanks for that, João. Adrian.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair. Well, back to this question, I don't really see, from back to the basic of the analysis, I don't see contradiction between having an unconditional, whatever, a right to defer settlement and the possibility to exert or not the right to defer settlement. I mean, there's no contradiction. If you decide based on management decision to defer settlement or to roll over an obligation, you can't do it if you don't have the right to do it. So there is no contradiction between the two terms, in fact. Now, when it says in the analysis, classification of liability based on management's intent can vary significantly and lead to diversity in practice. Of course, but it is management's intent that is reflected in the face of the financial statement, and there is a way to explain and disclose the reasons for which, I mean, management has made a decision is to develop in the notes to the financial statement the reasons for the classification in current or non-current. So I don't see that there is a real problem here. I don't understand the reason for that.
Ross, maybe?
So this is probably capturing why we normally don't discuss annual improvements in great detail, because we're not fixing any major problems here. They're minor improvements. So in the past, we'd bring a very short summary of why we thought the amendment was appropriate. We wouldn't plan on a discussion, but in June, members were uncomfortable with some of the improvements, wanted us to explain them in detail and research them, so we have. So from a staff perspective, this is a clear-cut improvement we should make. There's no good reason not to make it from our conceptual framework, our alignment policy, as explained in the paper. I don't think it's worth a debate. I think it's an exposure draft as well. So I think it's not really worth a long back and forth on this, like all improvements. When we do our analysis, if it's consistent with the framework, it's in line with the wording already in the text, we generally propose the improvements and we see if we get support. So I don't think it's meant that we have a long debate on this. It's the second time we've brought this improvement already. I think the board just needs to decide if they want to follow staff recommendation and put the improvement in the ED or not. If not, we'll pull it.
I mean, I think the question is probably, you know, you were fine with it already, but the question is actually, if we make the amendment and we keep alignment, does that cause a problem? And I would suggest not. So, yeah. Okay. So I think with that, we move on to the second proposed amendment.
Thank you. Thank you also to the board for the feedback on the content, but also on the structure, and thanks again. So the second item is the definition of material. So this was also feedback that the ISB had, but also in the context of the their own revised conceptual framework on the subtopic of materiality. And so what they have done is they changed the description of the materiality threshold. There was also one important item that actually it was already discussed here at this meeting, the consideration of immaterial information also in the definition, because when we have immaterial information that can obscure the material information, so kind of, and they wanted to address that also. The term users was also considered too broad and implies an entity required all possible users of financial statements when deciding what information to disclose. So it was so broad that it would give difficulties to the preparers. Okay, what shall we, what is materiality and how we can prepare the financial statements according to the user's needs. These are the three high-level nature of those amendments. Fortunately, we also had those amendments in IS1. Sorry, that came from IS1 in IS8. We also have it in IPSAS1 and IPSAS3. The ISB also did minor consequential amendments, kind of, I would say, almost editorials to align the specific wording. It's nothing more than that. Into IS37, IS10, also IPSAS9 and IPSAS14. Because we have the same paragraphs and the paragraphs are written exactly the same words and with the same meaning, there was no changes when the IPSASB brought in those paragraphs into IPSAS. Then the third question was, okay, are these amendments applicable also to the public sector? So once again, staff went also to the conceptual framework. We engaged with Claudia. She raised this topic also with Andrew after the meeting. So we end up then, okay, let's have then deciding. So we went even further than what ISB did. I'm going to explain. So the ISB does not have the same exactly wording between the conceptual framework and their own standard. But in the feedback statement, they say that although it's not have the same wording, but it has the same meaning. So they didn't want to have that exactly same wording. But Claudia said quite well, hey, we are doing this at the same meeting. Why don't we make it further than what ISB did, which is having the exactly same wording between the conceptual framework and put it also at the standards level, because it would give kind of a higher level of importance and alignment between the IPSASB's literature. So staff was compelled by this argument, and we did so the amendments that are there are fully consistent with what we have now in our own conceptual framework, and also addresses the same inconsistencies and the issues that were brought by ISB's constituents, and we made those changes also into our literature. So once again, we have always the IPSASB conceptual framework. It's always in part of our analysis. And with this, our recommendation is to bring these improvements into the exposed draft by clarifying the definition of material in IPSAS1, delete the description in IPSAS3, and also those consequential amendments. And with this, I'll open the floor to the board. Thank you.
Claudia.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. I've only in suggestion to 30A, the last sentence, where it says, at times even well-informed in delusions, user may need to seek the aid of an advisor to understand information about complex economic phenomena. And I think advisor is quite a broad term. So I would more maybe an accountant to see, because advisor, it seems like the same with users. It sounds for me a little bit special why it have to be an advisor. It could be an accountant, it could be an auditor, because it's normally you have auditors, you have advisors, you have accountants. So that's why I'm struggling a little bit.
Ross.
So I think this is just meant to be broader than accountants. So we shouldn't prescribe, because again, you might get a valuation specialist, you might get a actuarial specialist. You know, there's lots of different advisors used in an audit or a preparation of financial statements that not necessarily are accountants, even legal advisors for legal claims. So I think we shouldn't deviate from the ISB here. I don't see any reason why the public sector would be different.
Okay, thanks, João.
Yeah, it's just to confirm that the term advisor is exactly with this meaning is to be broader. Anyone with a specific knowledge and skills that can help the user understand the information. So, and it can encompass several professions, basically. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Andrew and then Mike.
Thanks. I know the ISB, when they looked at it, they tried to narrow the users, João, as you say there, because it's very broad. If I look at our framework, we still in the definition of materiality just have users. We haven't changed it in our conceptual framework to primary users. Whereas now when we start getting into these amendments, we then narrow it down into a primary user again. So to Claudia's earlier point, I think we're starting to be potentially inconsistent with the framework. And I'm not fully there as of yet, I guess, in my mind. And I think because our framework also goes broader than just perhaps financial statements and into financial reports, I think we need to be careful in this area as to what is this going to do when we start setting climate-related standards, etc. So there's the inconsistency with users. The other thing is, if I look at these amendments here, we're not consistently applying the same definition of materiality. So in part 2, we've got what is in our conceptual frameworks, but in part 4 and in part 5, we're bringing in the ISB's definition of materiality again. So there's still this inconsistency that's coming through here. I think my suggestion with this would be, we've got a project that we're starting on now with IPSAS 1 to look at IPSAS 1 as a whole. As part of that, we're going to be looking at materiality. Should we not take this away and rather do a little bit more thought about that, the interaction that we potentially have, because our framework is broader and perhaps going into that sustainability space and the multi-stakeholder approach that we have, should we not be doing more analysis on this before we finalize these amendments?
Ross.
Yeah, and so normally when we do improvements, if members have significant concerns, which sounds like they are, and we've got a project where we can look at this in more detail, I'd recommend you pull it and put it in the project if members feel that way.
I mean, I think on this one, we need to think carefully about whether we pull it and put it in the primary financial statements project, because basically that would mean that we don't actually resolve this for till the end of 2027, which is the timeline on that. And I think we need this earlier than that. So it may well be that what we do is do the further analysis and actually put it forward in the next improvements project as a way of actually dealing with that. And to your point, yes, we will have had the discussion around climate related disclosures. So I would suggest we do it in that way, because that will actually allow us more space for discussion, but also allow us to get there earlier. That's okay. So on this point, I think we're going to pull this amendment. So I only wish to take anything else that is relevant at this stage. I'm not looking for a long debate on this. So Mike and then Lynn.
So thank you, Chair. Just a quick comment. We are referring, when we describe materiality now, to the primary users. However, in the definition of material, that's still referring just to users without primary. So I was not sure whether this is intended or not, but I have the feeling we should align that definition, even that basic definition as well.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Lynn.
Yeah, I'm not sure I support pulling the amendment. I think with a bit of work on the words, you could potentially address the consistency point. This is a IASB, amendment going back from 2018 that we pulled at that point in time. to my mind, I think we should expose this and then make a decision once we have comments back. So I don't support pulling it. It's just my view.
Well, you know, I mean, we've got 2 points of view here. I take your point, Lynn. The trouble is, this is actually a really sensitive issue. I think Andrew's point, we're going to come back to this on you know, climate-related disclosures and sustainability reporting. I've proposed a way forward which actually allows us additional time for debate and discussion, but would actually get us there reasonably quickly in the next improvements project, which is likely to come along fairly quickly, given that ISB only this week has actually published their improvements for 2023. So I'm just going to take a vote. Either we go with this and include it without further work, because we've already delayed by 1/4 the issue of the improvements project. So either we go with it along Lynn's suggestion, or we pull it and we put it in the next improvements project. You know, I think it's a straightforward vote within the board. I'm not going to allow further debate and discussion backwards and forwards on this one. So can I have show of hands for those that wish, as I propose, to defer it to the next improvements project?
I just ask you to put your flags up if you propose to defer it. (11) to defer.
Propose to put it in.
(7) to put it in.
Look, we need to make a decision on this one way or the other. So can I have some clarity from the board? I don't wish to debate, yes, we put it in, no, we don't put it in. I've given a way forward on this. We've already had 2 debates on this subject. This is, I grant you, this is minor improvements, you know, and it's actually a significant issue. So we need to go one way or the other, because the other improvements need to get out. Ross.
I mean, I think we're not voting to put something in, so there's a majority who want us to leave it out. I think we leave it out and it comes back next year. I don't think
Okay, so it goes out. Right, move us on to the next one, João.
Yeah, thank you. So the next one is the interest rate benchmark reform in agenda item 7.2.3. So before jumping into the specific questions, I just want to make a brief clarification. So this phase 2 had amendments to other standards that were already brought into our literature. At the time, this amendment was not brought in because we hadn't IPSAS 43 published at the time. And so, but now we are in, but these amendments were relevant at the time in 2021 because of the end of some interest benchmark rates, interest rates. So now perhaps some board members might question, oh, so why shall we do this in 2023? So my straight answer is just a brief housekeeping of our own literature, because right now, even without this amendment, what public sector entities do is they go through the hierarchy to apply, because we don't have these in our literature, they go through the hierarchy and then they apply the ISP literature. So, but it is also relevant in other situations where, in other jurisdictions that might face also in the future this type of changes in their regulatory environment in terms of interest rates. So it might also be relevant for the future, along having this housekeeping in terms of alignment with ISB. So this is the context that staff is proposing these amendments. So with this, I'll skip that quite quickly, that whatever the nature of amendments is basically to provide a practical expedient because of these changes. It in terms of the list modification, where they can basically only reassess the lease liability without having to reopen the whole lease and making a new accounting as if it is a new lease. So it simplifies how do you say, the management of these changes into the contracts. The second one is, okay, is IFRS and IPSAS alignment? Yes, IFRS 16 paragraphs also exist in IPSAS 43, so they are fully aligned. The amendments are applicable to the public sector. We think yes, because it permits to continue to account for the existing lease. So there is only a reassessment of the liability. It provides the same cost relief as in the private sector. So both public and private sector entities are at the same level in terms of the cost and the efforts to apply this amendment. And of course, enhances comparability between the two sectors. So these were where staff landed, and that's why we are recommending to bring this amendment improvement into our literature. And with this, I'll open the floor to the board. Thanks.
Thanks, João. Any disagreement with the proposal? Okay, I think we're fine with that.
Thank you. Thank you for the confirmation. The last one, the last technical topic is about the lease liability in a sale and lease back. So what happened here? The seller lessees. So we have basically two transactions. We have a sale, and then we have a lease through a lease back of that very same asset that it was sold. So, and what happened is, according to the requirements that were in IFRS 16, entities could be interpreting that they could get a gain or a loss on the rights that they would still retain after doing the leaseback. So, and because of this application of what it was in the standard, ISB said, okay, this was not intended. So, and then what they said, okay, we need to correct this from a standard perspective to make it clear that no gain or loss can arise from the gain from the rights that are still retained after we lease back that very same asset that we sold. So, and they wanted to be, and they wanted to make that crystal clear. And that's why when we look on the section on sale and leasebacks in IPSAS 43, they are aligned also with IFRS 16. So we would have the same problem in the private sector potentially. And that's why staff, when assessing whether these amendments are applicable to the public sector, so basically, even in public sector, entities also enter in sale and leaseback transactions. So we think that with this amendment that we are also proposing to bring to our literature better reflects the substance of the transaction and the intention of the guidance that I think this board also wants to prevent any gain and loss on rights that the seller still retains. So that make, I would say, economically sense. And therefore does not permit a gain or loss on day two because of the measurement methodology. The day two is when we do the lease back. So, and the recommendation is to insert that paragraph in that section and to clarify that there is no way that there can recognize a gain or loss to the rights related that it still retains. And with this, I'll open the floor to the board to see if it agrees with staff's analysis and the recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, anybody disagree with staff's recommendation? Okay, so we're content with that.
Okay, thank you for the confirmation. So now moving to the final agenda item in terms of the approval. So staff's recommendation is to have the approval of the exposure draft. Of course, in this case, with the removal of that section that the board decided to pull out. And in improvements a consultation, the normal period is 60 days, and we are also proposing that. So just to say to the board that we are planning to publish this in mid-August, and with the 60 days we'll bring mid-October, sorry, all the way until mid-December, and then hopefully we'll bring for the March meeting the review of responses. And with this, I'll open the floor. Thank you.
Okay. So at this point, we move to a vote on whether to approve or not, obviously without the proposed amendment on materiality. So Ross, lead us into the approval.
Thank you. So those who vote to approve ED 85, please raise your flags. So I see 18 flags up, so it's approved. No votes against and no abstentions. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, everyone. And thank you very much, Val. I think, as you heard, the board was very appreciative of the, revised approach in terms of articulating the background and then the context for public sector and the relevance to us. So I think that was worthwhile, that piece of work, and that'll be the basis going forwards. So with that, thank you very much, Val, for the work on that. So we move now on to the second item on the agenda for today. What I'd like to do is welcome April Mackenzie to the table. April is known to many of us, but she's the Chief Executive of the New Zealand External Reporting Board, and the XRB has been a long-standing supporter of the board's work, and obviously New Zealand is a very prominent user of our standards. On a personal basis, April has also been an amazing supporter of the board, and indeed, actually in terms of the original getting the IPSASB program going, actually did a lot of the legwork, if not all the legwork, in terms of getting us our initial funding. April, it's great to have you back, and very exciting the work that's been going on in New Zealand.
Kia ora, Ian. Thank you very much for that. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko April Mackenzie, tāku ingoa. Kei te tumu whakarei o te kāwai, ara hei pūrongo, mauaho aho. So hello everyone, I'm April Mackenzie. I'm the Chief Executive of the External Reporting Board. You might be wondering why I repeated just what Ian has said, but traditionally in Aotearoa, New Zealand, you would present a small mihi to make a connection with the people that you are talking to. So normally though, in the traditional Maori way, they last a lot longer, but I've made mine very short. The External Reporting Board, next named the XRB, is an independent Crown entity of the New Zealand government, and it is the standard setter for all reporting and assurance standards in New Zealand, ranging from standards for the whole of government through to local government, listed entities, charities, small societies, all of the assurance and ethics standards, and now climate and sustainability reporting. Our mandate was changed in 2021 to allow us to do climate and sustainability. With the chair's permission, I would much prefer that you interrupted me as I went with the question, and potentially with Ian's permission from the floor as well. I'd rather talk to you about what you want to hear than just talk at you. I'd prefer to talk with you and to respond to any questions that arise at the time that I'm presenting. Thank you for the acknowledgement of my history with the IPSASB. In fact, it's 30 years this year that I was first involved with the Public Sector Committee, as it was known then, and established with the then chair, the standard setting program. I had a few jokes down here, Ian, about the then chair and how good looking he was. And those of you who don't know, I went on to marry him. So
That's Ian Ball for those of you that.
when New Zealand started to, the New Zealand government talked about moving to a mandatory climate reporting regime, there was a lot going on internationally. It all started back in 2020. That's when I had just become the chief executive. There were all sorts of things happening all around us globally. There was no International Sustainability Standards Board. There were the prototype, there was the grouping of the 5 groups there as listed under the T5 prototype that was starting to emerge. Clearly GRI existed, but there was no IPSASB, but there was TCFD, the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, coming out of the BAL's the Financial Stability Board under the guidance of Mark Carney. So the government set up the regime, and we were working on with the Ministry for the Environment and MB, they're the Ministry for Employment and Innovation, who were doing the legislation. So we had everything happening at once, legislation being developed, our mandate being changed, and trying to get our heads around all of these moving pieces. It was a busy landscape then, and it still is a very busy landscape now. Gets to a point where you just need to say, okay, I've got to put pen to paper and start to push on. There's a plethora of things happening internationally still, and of course you have the added challenge of operating in an international scene. So what was the first thing that we needed to do? And that was to build a team. So we already had, as the External Reporting Board, very good standard setting experience. We knew how to run a consultation. We understood fully what due process was and how one took account of various reactions and pieces of feedback. We were very good at that. We understood fully financial reporting, both in the public sector, at whole of government consolidation level, at the smallest entity in the public sector, right through also into the private sector. So again, we understood financial reporting and its long, long history and its long, long time of practice. And in fact, as you know, using accrual-based accounting in New Zealand since the late 1980s. We also knew a lot about how to assure financial statements and all that went with that, and the challenges also around assuring statements of service performance. What did we not know? Well, there was heaps we didn't know, and what we needed to find. We needed to find climate change expertise, people who actually understood about what climate change meant. Not just to be able to say, oh, the sea level's rising. No, there's a lot more to climate change than the sea level is going to rise. You know, because it's also about many other physical risks. It's about scenario analysis, which is very forward and future looking, but is not probability based. It's feasibility based. It's all about greenhouse gas emissions and the number of different gases that make up greenhouse gas emission. It's not all about carbon. It's a shorthand descriptor, carbon, but there are all sorts of different forms of emissions, and each jurisdiction has a different mix and makeup of greenhouse gas emissions. In New Zealand, for example, we're very heavily affected by methane because we have a lot of cows doing a lot of. So it's also rife with inherent uncertainty and estimation, like nothing you'll ever see in financial reporting. So you must get we needed to get climate change expertise. We needed to have expertise on scenario analysis, because it is not just ordinary, here's the risks, what's the probability of the risks, what can I do to mitigate it? It's about, it's not about probabilities, it's about extremes, feasibility, and what's going to happen to the world at, say, 1.5, which we've already know from the global scientists we're unlikely to meet unless we all stop emitting tomorrow, through to complete hothouse chaos, the world collapsing around us as we know it, becoming unable to be lived on. So you have to understand about the scenario analysis and the inherent uncertainty. Inherent uncertainty doesn't naturally come to accountants. People go, oh, well, there's uncertainty in financial reporting. Not like you've ever seen before when it comes to climate reporting and climate change. Assurance of greenhouse gas emissions, and again, the ability to assure a number that is naturally very vague and very squishy. You'll have great difficulty getting any form of reasonable assurance around a greenhouse gas emissions number. Can be done, but only with extremely advanced systems. And most entities and governments around the world don't yet have those systems in place. It's not like 100+ years of financial reporting. And communication and engagement constantly. Now, I'm not trying to suggest that or to imply in any way, shape or form that this expertise doesn't exist in this room. I know for myself personally, in taking on climate change reporting and sustainability reporting following that it was not like anything else that we had done before. We were suddenly engaged with many people on many topics that we had little or no exposure to. And until we built an expert team, we struggled to get traction and to make headway. You need to know about attribution science. I thought, what? At that, when not many accounting standard setters know about the science of attribution. What part of an event, a weather event or a fire or a drought is related to climate change versus what would have happened normally. We established a very tight-knit group close to our external reporting board, mainly because this new venture carried with it high reputational risk. We knew that it could undermine all our magnificent financial reporting and assurance work if we didn't get this right, if we didn't land this right. If we developed a standard that no one could apply or was only honoured in the breach or gave rise to nonsense information, we could absolutely undermine the whole existence of the External Reporting Board. So I'm probably saying nothing there that you haven't already figured out, that this reputational risk around this area is high. Doesn't mean you shouldn't be doing it. It just means you need to be aware of it. So what we did was the External Reporting Board, which in our case is a report of up to 9 people, is the standard setter. We established a project steering group directly out of that board. We were very fortunate that on our board we had 3 members who had experience in one shape or form in this area. We had someone who knew GRI standards and greenhouse gas emission accounting, the calculation of greenhouse gas, the greenhouse growth protocol, had knowledge of all of that area. We had 2 independent directors who were involved in significant New Zealand entities who were early movers and shakers in the area of climate reporting. One was an electricity industry, and as you're aware, electricity industries are highly familiar with the weather, because especially in New Zealand, where something like 90% of our electricity is from renewable sources, so it all relies entirely on the weather and how they manage their production and distribution of electricity throughout New Zealand is heavily dependent on climate and climate change aspects, and where people will be living in the future, and how you get electricity to them and reliable supply of electricity. So we had a director who was very familiar with that, and we had another director whose organisation had adopted the TCFD framework early. So we were very fortunate that our project steering group was made up of those 3 board members and myself. So normally as Chief Executive of the IPSASB, I stay well away from all things standard setting in the technical field. You know, that's what I did 30 years ago. I have no desire at this stage of the piece to be reading technical papers. It's been a bit of a wake-up call for me to be Todd's technical advisor this week. I've had to get my head around a few topics, but as Chief Executive, I wouldn't normally do that. You know, there we have boards and experts for that. But again, because of the reputational risks and the need to manage resources and the need to manage an ever-expanding group of stakeholders, important players in the New Zealand market and also in the Australian market, in the relationship of what we were doing in developing a mandatory standard, we decided that the project needed to have me heavily involved. We established a project team of experts. Those experts included people who were drawn from our Ministry for the Environment, those who understood climate change science, a standard setter, an accounting standard setter, and familiar with how you structure a standard and what you can say or not say in a standard, and very familiar with the characteristics of reporting, qualitative characteristics of reporting, and a scenario analyst expert, a staff member, believe this or not, who had a PhD in scenario analysis for climate change from the University of Ireland, sorry, some university in Ireland. No, these people were the most expensive staff we had ever employed. They continue to this very day, working flat out on all of the material that needs to go in supporting this. And we have done it very quickly. So we were fortunate in managing that reputational risk that we focused entirely on a climate change reporting regime. We had a positive political environment in New Zealand, an outstanding Minister of Climate Change. Unfortunately, he probably won't survive the next election, but we had a positive political environment, so that's always hugely helpful. And we were able to limit our efforts in the first instance to climate only. We are now moving on to the broader sustainability issues. It would be nice if you could do sustainability in a framework and a conceptual framework first. It's how we sort of feel we want to do things, but that ran the risk that we never sort of got able to deliver the mandatory regime, because, you know, those are tough things to debate and understand. I just want to mention this external advisory panel that we set up. That was a group of, very small group of specialists, climate scientists, a climate risk specialist, financial institutions, whether they be private sector financial institutions or publicly owned, have a huge piece to play in the puzzle here in climate change and the allocation of funding, financed emissions, and how this regime applies to them, given the nature of their businesses, consultancy firm, a public sector organisations, and a Maori reporting entity. They were very important for us to be able to test ideas with and check out. And then XRAP was a broader range of stakeholders who we already had in place. Because of the newness of the topic, not only to us as a standard setter, but to entities in New Zealand, because it was moving from voluntary, there was a handful of people doing entities doing TCFD, to a mandatory regime, and fast moving to a broadening of that mandatory regime. It was a very collaborative process. There was a lot of consultation early and broadly. We talked to just so many organisations that had never engaged with us before. It was like lifting the lid on a small party going on in the sustainability climate world. We'd never looked in that jar before. We didn't interact with these people. We knew our accountants and our auditors, our CFOs, our Secretary of the Treasury, we knew them well. But this was another group of people with another group of expertise and different expectations on us. We needed to continue reiterating the why we were doing it. And we produced a lot of documents, primarily aimed in no small way about transparency of the process. We thought it was terribly important not to lock ourselves in a room, even with experts, and then produce an exposure draft out the other side, even though it was directly based on the TCFD, was aligned, reminding you that there was no IPSASB. So we chunked the project up into pieces, and we communicated throughout the 18 months, 2 years that it took us to do this project, acknowledging I spent the first 6 months spinning my wheels, trying to figure out how you got started on this project, which was like nothing else we had seen before. So we produced various consultation papers, like semi-draft exposure drafts. You call illustrative, that's what you called them, illustrative type exposure drafts. And then we pulled the whole thing together and re-exposed the final exposure draft. We issued during that time various aspects of guidance or draft guidance that would go to support the climate standards. We had set ourselves up a series of design principles, and the mantra of done was better than perfect. Because like typical standard setters, we'd get hold of an issue, an idea, and what would we do? We would dig and dig a little more, and then mix in some sort of little spicy story, an example, and then we'd dig a little further. And, so we constantly had to pull ourselves up and go, if we don't keep moving forward, if we cannot solve every single thing that we can think of, or example or question that arose, because we will never get it finished. And the idea here was that entities, whether they be in the private or public sector, whoever fell into the mandatory regime, that they had something they could get started on. So we made sure that we communicated all of our thinking and our processes as we went. We engaged with many more people than we ever had before. Now, those jurisdictions in the room might look at these numbers and go, oh, it's nothing special. We engage with that sort of numbers all the time. But I would remind you that New Zealand is a small Pacific Island nation at the bottom of the world, and there are only 5 million of us. And never before had we had 900 people register for a webinar. Never before had we had so many people attending, so many invitations for speaking events, which we needed to accept because we needed to get our message out there. We needed to communicate and be transparent and receive feedback. Otherwise, we ran the risk of turning this into a compliance exercise, that we would produce a standard that people would follow, but there would be no behavioural change. There would just be compliance. And if all you get out of this is compliance, you have failed. If we do not, as standard setters, play our part in the process to change the behaviour in the world, we have failed. There is going to be no world for our grandchildren. The scientists can already prove what is going to happen under a 1.5 degree change in the temperature. And it's not pretty. And we will not make, as a world, as a planet, 1.5. We are likely to land at 2. And that is not pleasant. So we were very much not about creating a standard that people could comply with, but creating a standard that would bring about behavioural change, that would move capital to a low emissions economy, that would move resources inside an entity so that those who are in charge of the organisation would understand what they were up against, what they needed to do for their organisation to survive going forward. Not just be resilient, but to actually survive. And so that's been a real eye-opener and a wake-up call to me as a standard setter who has comfortably lived in my little world of financial reporting and returns and the government balancing its books or living within its fiscal responsibility constraints or listed entities perhaps going into liquidations, consequence of the COVID pandemic. But this is much bigger than that, and our responsibilities are bigger than that. So unlike any other reporting standard that we had done before, we put in an aim that really spoke to what we were trying to do here, rather than just do reporting, that we were bringing about behavioural change. So the ultimate aim of the Aotearoa New Zealand Climate Standard is to support the allocation of capital towards activities that are consistent with a transition to a low emissions, climate resilient future. Very standard setting-y type words, but it really means this is about behavioural change. This is about entities figuring out what to do internally and to signal to investors or to purchasers of government bonds or to governments themselves and parliaments, what it is to where you need to put your resources in order that you may continue to deliver the services needed for the future. Because the way you do it today is not going to work. You're probably already familiar with the governance, those 4 things. You've been through all of those: governance, strategy, risk management, metrics and targets. I think it works well for climate change, and that's how they were designed by TCFD. We in New Zealand have paused and are far from certain that they work very well when you roll them out to sustainability, or in particular things such as biodiversity and nature. They're very much focused on risk and opportunity. And you can use that language also in, I think, in the public sector. But for example, if you look at nature, nature isn't about risks and opportunities, it's about interdependencies. So you can't just say, what is my risk from nature? What is my opportunity with nature? It's how dependent am I? And therefore, what are the consequences? So what am I up to here? Nobody's asking me any questions. I'm lost.
It's an invitation there. Are there any questions?
So you know this stuff, the governance stuff. Our regime is primarily focused at the private sector, but there are a number of public sector entities that are caught within the mandatory regime. Anyone who has any form of listing, any sort of debt listed in New Zealand gets caught by this regime. But more importantly, there was a question, Fabienne, that you asked Lee White yesterday, which was basically, I hope I've recalled it correctly, how important was public sector reporting to the private sector regime? And much to my surprise, he said somewhat. I would have said that the public sector reporting is absolutely critical to the success of private sector reporting. So any government that thinks it will introduce IPSASB on its corporates in its private sector and think that's them done, they're in for a really rude awakening. Because much of the information that comes out of this reporting goes up and down the value chain. So hold that thought, and I'll touch on it very soon. So in New Zealand, we produced 3 standards. Remember, we did climate first to try and figure out how you do sustainability reporting and determine your material issues in sustainability and climate when you've never done any of this reporting before, beats me. It's like trying to say to an entity, please prepare consolidated financial statements when they've never done anything before. They don't even do cash accounting. So like, where do I start? What do I have to do? What are my systems? Where do I get the information from? Where is the data sourced from? Is that data any good? Because it doesn't come, most of it doesn't come out of a transaction, it comes out of existing. So we did 3 standards. One was the climate standard that covered these 4 areas. One was a transition standard, you know, those get out of jail free cards that you like to hand out when you apply something the first time. So I think Lee spoke a little bit to what they'd done in the IPSASB. We gave entities that are applying these standards, and by the way, in New Zealand, they apply already. We're, what month are we in? 9. We are 9 months already into the regime. You know, our first reports will come out early next year. So that's the mandatory regime. We gave these little get out of jail free cards. Scope 3, which is, you know, thing you will hear a huge amount of noise about. We said you can have 1 year off. You know, it's about just tell us where you're at in estimating your scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions. You cannot let people off that number because that's where 95% of the emissions are. Someone will say to you, oh, but that's double counting. And it is. These numbers don't add up nicely like financial reporting numbers. You can't just add them, you know, well, you do just add them together, but it's about trying to estimate the ultimate size and then what actions you're going to take to adapt and transition. So then there's the 3rd standard, which covers the sort of general requirements. So we didn't do, because it didn't exist, and I don't think we would have followed it necessarily in this form anyway. So we don't have an S1 and an S2, S1 being the general and the sustainability requirements, and S2 being climate, we have an S2, which we call CS1. How's that for a sexy name? Climate Standard 1. So we have CS1, which is equivalent to much of S2. We have CS2, which does all the get out of jail free cards, all the transition and first time adoption type rules. And then we have CS3, which covers off materiality, definitions, qualitative characteristics. I want to highlight a couple of them. The first one is value chain, which is the question where it surprised me that Lee said he didn't think well, he didn't say he didn't think, he said public sector was somewhat, reporting would be somewhat linked. The value chain greenhouse gas emissions calculations and how your transition plan impacts on your value chain is up and down as far as you can see. So any private sector entity that is applying IPSASB, who has any form of relationship with the government, local or central, will be, or has a financial institution that perhaps has government debt, will be turning to the government in your country, local or central, and saying, how much do you emit? Because I have to add it into my numbers in order to comply with IPSASB. And the government's going to go, ooh, don't know that number, don't want to tell you that number, don't want to admit to that number. So all of a sudden, all these corporates are not going to be able to deliver on IPSASB reporting. So when we went and spoke to Treasury, we went, oh, you know, you're going to have to tell people how much the government produces because you've got sovereign debt. Anybody who's got sovereign debt is going to ask you. They went, what? It was news to them. All right. People just haven't thought about it. So value chain, public sector reporting is really important. Materiality. Look, you'll go round and round in circles on double materiality, single materiality. Get over yourselves. Don't worry about it. This is going to be enough without you trying to solve the meaning of life and materiality. We went with, for all intents and purposes, single materiality. That's what it looks like on the face of it. But actually we're double materiality because we require greenhouse gas emissions numbers, which are impact on. You know, I just wouldn't worry about it. You know, it's just noise. Base it on what's already existing out there, base it on TCFD. IPSASB is based on TCFD. It has a form of double materiality, and it's just people are already starting to talk about triple. It's like, oh, heaven forbid. Comparative information. We've said, look, if you've got some, throw it in. But we have really emphasised that comparability between entities or between government agencies or departments isn't mission critical here until we've got the system up and running. No, because I don't know if I can think of a parallel story, but it's really about, it's better to get some information out there and getting entities to think about how are they going to adapt and transition. What are they going to do to survive climate change and what it's going to happen, the increasing extreme events, their fishing industry disappearing because the fish are no longer there, because the fish have swum off to another country where it's cooler, or the fish have just died because the sea acidification levels have risen up. In New Zealand, at the moment, the whole industry around mussels, greenlet mussels, we're quite famous for them. It's in how do we survive mode. Because the mussels, the water temperature is increasing, the water acidification is going up, the mussels are refusing to grow. They're going, oh no, don't like it here anymore. And so your fishing industry, or those of you who've got water, of course, some of you could be landlocked. You've got a different set of issues. Those of you who've got fishing industries, those industries could be out of business within 5 or 10 years. And that's what this reporting is about, is to say, okay, this is the risk I see. And this is how, under my scenario analysis, under 2 or 3 feasible pathways, we intend to adapt and transition to survive. So this is Climate Standard 3. Can I keep going? Or you want to ask me a question?
I want to ask you a question. Could you just talk a bit about location of disclosures?
Okay. So we had, in the initial draft legislation, it was going to put it in the annual report. It was going to say that in the legislation, you must disclose this in your annual report. So we lobbied, for want of a better term, influenced government, because we knew the people writing the law, said, how about you give us a little bit of wriggle room? Are you familiar with that term? We use it in New Zealand all the time. Give me some wriggle room, give us some flexibility. So it says that it's either in the annual report or cross-referenced to, because I think that when you associate it too closely with your financial reporting, you bring in a false sense of accuracy, depth of knowledge and understanding, depth of system, which will not exist for many, many jurisdictions, corporates and governments won't exist. So it's about getting started and getting the information out. Again, better done than perfect. So, and we felt that it was too soon for us to simply direct entities. It was more important that they report than it be located in a specific place. So we have some flexibility in our legislation, but you do have to cross-reference. You can't go hide it in some back room somewhere and that no one can see. You have to tell people where it is. And so
I think that's helpful for us, because deliberately in the conceptual framework, we left what was a general purpose financial report open as a concept. So in a sense, that allows for the sort of approach that you're talking about there. And we did have a debate about that at the time. I remember Greg Scholem from New Zealand actually coming and brandishing something and saying, is this the GPFR? It's helpful that, you know, to remember that. Scott wanted to come in. Scott. And then Claudia.
Thank you. Now you gave me reading assignments. I got to go pull all your documents down and read them. But you have estimation uncertainty. You mentioned it briefly earlier, but you know, accountants run the opposite direction when we get the estimation uncertainty. And I thought it was interesting in IPSASB that when they talk about it, and I'm going to read the sentence, it says, even a high level of measurement uncertainty, which is equivalent to your estimation uncertainty, would not necessarily prevent an estimate being provided for such information. I'm assuming you went the same way. And how did you get your board that comfortable with that much uncertainty?
Well, the first thing is that we achieved was getting our board understanding and accepting this is like nothing you have done before. This is nothing like financial reporting. The information here is not transaction-based and double entry bookkeeping. It is pull a whole lot of woolly, fluffy, unconnected, very obscure information together, add it all up and disclose it. It's like, whoa. Okay, so some of it's really very factual. I flew from New Zealand via Doha to Zurich. The airline will tell me how much my business class seat emitted on my way here, which is different from if I'd sat in economy. I've done more greenhouse gas emitting by sitting towards the front of the plane. And so it'll tell me that number. So I can take the number of flights that I have taken and I can get from the airline how much greenhouse gas emissions. You know what else you have to add to your greenhouse gas emissions if you were reporting the External Reporting Board's emissions? So you also have to add how people get to work. Do they ride? Do they take the bus? Do they drive? Do they do what I do? I fly to work. It's not so good, but how, got to add that all up. You have to estimate how many times you take the bus. You have to estimate how many times you drove the car. You have to figure out how much paper you printed. And then you've got to follow it out the other side. Not IPSASB is not such a good example, but let me take, we have a retailer in New Zealand called The Warehouse that imports relatively affordable, cost-effective goods, ranging from actually anything and everything. They sell anything, children's toys, camping equipment, linen, any pots and pans, anything. So you have to figure out how much emissions went into making that product, getting it to you, putting it on the shelf, how much electricity in the lighting, how much energy was used, how much scope 1, 2, and 3. And then you've got to follow the product out the other side. So we sell it to Todd. He's been to The Warehouse. He purchases camping equipment to take his boys on camping trip. And then how long is he going to own that tent? What does he do with it at the end? Does he recycle it? Does someone else use it? Does it go in the landfill? How long does it take to deteriorate? So you have to estimate all of that. You have to estimate that some people will buy a tent and never use it, just toss it out. Some people will buy a tent and use it once and toss it out. And then Todd will use it for the next 25 years and then carefully hand it down to one of his children. So you have to, so you can imagine the estimation that's going on, and you're going to add that all together, and then you're going to disclose it. And then you're going to explain how you're going to get the number that you've produced down. But that's just one part of climate reporting. I've just focused on the greenhouse gas emission stuff because it's sort of points to the uncertainty. But the other uncertainties are a very important part of the process in your scenario analysis. Scenario analysis is not a forecast. Do not use those words. Scenario analysis is not forecasting. In our case, you have to take 3 feasible pathways. You must do one at 1.5 because that's what our government committed in Paris. So we figured we'd do 1.5. And one that's 3 or above. Like we are, we're going to hell in a handbasket probably at 1.5, 2, but boy, we're in at 3 and one other. So we were trying to avoid good and bad. So you have to like play little movies inside your organization. What's a feasible pathway under these circumstances? What laws will the government bring into place? What industry practice will change? How do we attract new customers who are interested in whether or not we are, what we are doing about addressing climate change and reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, and not just a throwaway line to commit to net zero, but actual behavior. So you have to draw like a movie story and say, and how does my existing strategy and my business model stand up to that? And then you must disclose what you're going to do about it, your transition plan. And then you report on how that transition plan goes and how you are going to adapt to the fact that your dairy factory, you produce in New Zealand, we have lots of cows and we produce a lot of milk and dairy, and we make lots of dairy products and we ship them off and compete with large French dairy producers. So and lots of butter all around the world. So you have to figure out, well, I've got 3 dairy factories. One of them is going to be underwater. One of them lives in a drought zone, and the cows are not actually going to be producing very much milk because the likelihood of drought is very high in New Zealand as an outcome of climate change. And then this other one is going to do this, this, and this. So you then have to say, okay, how do I adjust my business model? Do I give up on cows altogether and go the synthetic protein route? That could be a possibility. You know, what are you going to do? And you have to disclose all of that.
Claudia, and then Liang, and then Adrian.
Thank you, April, for this impressive examples. And I have only 2 small questions. One is, you're talking about financial reporting where they included the climate related information, if it's audited or not. That was the first.
No, it's there will be some climate impact in your financial reports. That's already covered largely by existing IFRS standards, which we adopt in New Zealand, or IPSASB standards that we adopt in New Zealand. The climate report will be a standalone, climate statement will be a standalone report. There is in New Zealand one piece of mandatory assurance, and that is over your greenhouse gas disclosures at this stage. There's clear signals from government that that will become assurance over the whole of the climate statement, but we are trying to figure out how we do that. So this is not in your financial report. It will be a separate statement. And we would encourage people to keep it separate because you don't want to give people a false sense of accuracy around it. Now, it's going to be accurate. Hopefully, entities will disclose their best endeavours at the time. I'm not suggesting that people are making up stories. I'm suggesting that the numbers and the information are much more inherently uncertain, much more estimation, much more, this is where we are today, and maybe we'll head in this direction tomorrow.
And then I have a second. I understand the value change in a productive environment, but could you give an example how the value change looks like of the Department of Defense, for example?
Yep, absolutely. So we have a little Department of Defence in New Zealand, and I'll talk Air Force because I have a family member who's been in the Air Force. So in New Zealand, the Air Force has a series of planes and helicopters, and it probably does most things that most defence forces do around the world, except it's very small. So your value chain is, okay, I have purchased Air Macchies to train my pilots on. I've purchased them from Italy. So I've got to trace back up the chain to where my Air Macchies come from. They're a type of small jet aeroplane. So right back to the production of those Air Macchies back in Italy, getting them to New Zealand. And so that's all the way back up to where I get all of the things, how I build my runways, all the supplies of how I build my runway. So everything around you that makes up your defence force has an upward value chain as to where it's come from. And then it has a downward value chain. So I've got fuel from various places, and you can imagine there's an endless list of things that are in my value chain to even just get me to standing still doing nothing, okay? And now I do something. So there is some crazy person sailing from New Zealand to Fiji in a boat, and off goes the SOS signal. In New Zealand, it's the Defence Force that flies to the rescue to try and find you in the middle of the ocean. So the plane takes off, and everything then that you do I've set it back to front, down the chain, all the way to what you do, and then how you finish with your planes when the planes get too old, how you dispose of them, and how do they finish all the way along. So it's just, where do I get things from? And where do the things that I do, where do they go? That's all, I mean, that's all a value chain is. So it's just upwards and downwards, and you're in the sort of middle doing your thing. Where did you get all your stuff from? Where does it go once you know, when you do something? Does that make sense?
Yeah, still have to think about in the public sector sense. I understand it from a point, if I bought something, then I understand it. And if I have a delivery, like I make a research or no, I fly and searching for something, I understand. But what I'm doing, it's not standing there.
Okay, so you might be a policy shop. You might produce policy for the government. Okay, so you have all of the staff inputs. You have all of the activity around consultation, and because everywhere you go, everything you do, this little red light here, turning that on, produce, you know, the electricity to run this is all part of your value chain. So if I work in this is my office space, and I have computers and printers, and I produce paper, and then I travel to the minister's office to speak with the minister, those all form part of your value chain. It is much harder to sort of sometimes imagine when you don't have something physical that you produce. If you're making social welfare benefit payments, I think there will be some difficult discussions about how far down do you have to follow that payment to determine if they come into your scope 3 emissions. I don't know that answer to that right this second, but that's the sort of thing you have to do. So, you know, you're right, in a physical sense, those ones sometimes are easier to do. But if all you do is take money from the government and you run the social welfare department and I assess whether or not you're eligible and then I put money in your bank, you just take all of your activities, those that have come before you to get you here, and those that you undertake, irrespective of whether they are tangible or intangible. You know, there's no physical aspect of the activity, but a transfer of funds or a piece of policy advice or the likes, you have to follow it all the way through. If you're a hospital, follow the waste as well.
So mindful of time now that we're running up to coffee break, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run around the table, and I'd like a brief question or observation from each of the members, and then I'm going to come back to you, April, if you can kind of just
Wrap it up in a nutshell.
Yeah, you got it. So I'll just run round. Mari, if I take you first, and then I'll just go that way around the board table. But if members can please keep their interventions brief.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. And my question is about the climate exchange disclosure. Yeah, you mentioned about the climate exchange disclosure is supported by the 4 great factors: governance, strategy, and risk management, and metrics and targets. And I cannot understand the interrelationship among them. And so maybe the process is so important. I think you, as you emphasized. And so I would like to ask you about these 4 factors, the interrelationship. Thank you.
Liang?
Thanks, April, for your presentation. Very impressive. And actually, I like your idea that the government also on the value chain of all entities. Maybe I can take this idea back to my jurisdiction and to talk this point to my people. Actually, I look at the website, your website, the issue date of your standard actually is in December 2022. And the application date is January 2023. So it means that people have to apply the standard immediately after they see the standard. So may I ask why you set so tight deadline or so tight application date for the standard? And do you receive pushback from people, from entities, and how do you respond to this? Thank you.
Thanks, Liang. Adrian?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, April. My question is about, again, is about the reaction of the preparers to your, your standards. You rightly said that scenarios that you are requesting, the 3 scenarios that we're requesting are not estimates, they're not forecasts. I would say estimates and forecasts are easy in a way. Thinking up a scenario is not. It requires a modeling process and an iterative process to finalize the ways towards the objectives set in the scenario. So it's very, very demanding, much more demanding than estimating figures in a financial statements. How do people react to that? Because I guess they are even less prepared to design and finalize scenarios as requested by standard.
Great, thanks, Adrian. Lucy, and then Lynn.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, April, for that very informative and inspiring presentation. One activity that might be challenging in on what to disclose could be the identification of the metrics and other key performance indicators. In NZCS1 standard, which is a climate related disclosure, it was mentioned that the board had decided that entities should report on the industry specific metrics or their entity specific metrics, because on the basis that these metrics are actually the entities could manage its own climate related risks and opportunities, and this may be rather than reporting or disclosing using a predetermined set of metrics. My question is there a plan to come up with a consolidated report on all the disclosures contained in the on all the climate related disclosures of all entities, to have an overview of all the industry specific and the entity specific metrics for decision making purposes maybe in the future? And do you not see any challenge in coming up with in managing those entity specific metrics? Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. So Lynn, Noyati, and Fabienne.
Thanks, April, for your presentation. I had 2 questions, observations, or 2 areas that I wanted you to expand on. Firstly, I was interested in, right at the beginning, you were talking about the need for expertise and building a team. How is that need for expertise, what impact has that had on the shape of your board itself and your future recruitment to the board in terms of the balance of skills and expertise between financial reporting and sustainability reporting? How do you see that? And also, what impact of having sustainability expertise on the board, what lessons have been learned on the financial reporting side. So just some comments on the impact on the shape of the board. And then my other area or theme that I was interested in was all of what you were saying about you didn't want to just create a set of standards that were people complied with but didn't generate behavioral change. For us as a board, when we issue standards in this space, we won't have the power to make them mandatory. So what advice would you give us as a board in terms of how we get take up of our output? Because we could produce standards if nobody adopts them, and we've heard all of the challenges around the measurement and disclosure and the data capture. What advice would you give us to help us ensure that there is take up of the standards?
Thanks, Lynn, Noyati, and Fabienne, and then I'll go back to April.
Thank you, April, for the presentation. My question is quite simple. Is the New Zealand is whether because of this disclosure requirement of the sustainability reporting, and we also have a financial statement, and then we have an integrated reporting or something else. Is there any is it you incorporated the statement, the sustainability into the integrated reporting, of be separately presented? And another thing is about, is there any in terms of policy wise or the maybe conceptual framework of the sustainability considers the materiality of the area that is significant enough to be presented and have a significant impact on the climate? Is there any policy on that materiality?
Could you just elaborate a bit on that last point in terms
Okay,
of, are you talking about requirements?
Yeah, requirement of the materiality in terms of disclose the some items on the sustainability, because if we put into the public sector, which is I refer to governments, is quite broad and quite huge. So maybe we have to apply the materiality. So is there any, kind of policy on the materiality in the sustainability reporting concepts before?
Thanks. And last but not least, Fabienne.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you, April, for your very inspiring work and presentation. I'm interested to know more about the level of reporting entity where you require sustainability information to be produced. So in other words, would it be at each reporting entity level, or if there is consolidation of if those entities are controlled, would it be only at the consolidation level that you would require sustainability reporting? Thank you.
All right, I will answer these questions succinctly and precisely. The interrelationship between those four areas, they do logically flow. The governance is simply about describing your processes for how those charged with governance, or who's ever at the top of the reporting entity, how it's thinking about them. And then that thinking leads you into how's it reflected in your strategy, and how governing body have you thought about and identified your risks and opportunities? How have you identified your physical, legal, and transition risks? So it's all comes back to this needs to come from the top. Any entity that takes this on at CFO level is going to fail, because the CFO, we have been constantly pushing for multidisciplinary teams inside reporting entities to get this to go. So the metrics and targets are then all linked into your transition plans. You'll hear people talk about net zero, which is about how you reduce your emissions. And, you know, therefore, how are you going to refine and test your progress? So they naturally reflect most structures of a reporting entity. And as you delve into them, you find those logic streams. Governance is easy. Risk management, not bad once you get your head around what's the physical, legal and transition risks and what adaptation means, what managed retreat means, all sorts of terminology and ideas that as a financial reporting standard setter, I'd never come across before. And when we, can I tell this tiny story? When we first started this project, and it was incumbent upon me to stand up a climate reporting team and take my board on a journey, there are days when I thought, oh my God, what have I done? You know, this is a nightmare. This is giving me such a headache because it's a lot to learn. So they all fit together really nicely. And they get harder. Some of them are really, bits of it are really hard. So the application dates, it's immediate. Yep. How's that for standard setting? Issued it on the 15th of December. It applied for accounting periods commencing 1 January. In New Zealand, the first balance sheet that's likely to hit, because it's accounting periods beginning, was 31 December. Not truckloads of entities in New Zealand have 31 December balance dates. So your next lot are 31 March. And so there's a little bit more room in there than it first appears. But because we had released, everybody knew it was happening, and we'd done all that speaking and getting out there and meetings with ministers and radio interviews, newspaper interviews, issued illustrative exposure drafts and then exposure drafts. This was no surprise. We do have a handful of entities. It's possibly more than a handful. We have a number of entities who, just like you'll experience in financial reporting, are still going, la, 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 la. They are not looking, they do not want to know. And it's going to catch up on them. So you're going to get that anywhere, don't you? You always have those types of entities. And then you've got the front runners as well. You've got those that are way out in advance. So yeah, we did that on purpose. Interestingly enough, for us in New Zealand, it never happened to us before. It was the External Reporting Board that triggered the regime. It was interesting piece of power we were given. That when we issued the standard, it triggered the regime. But the government had built into the law, and whether it knew it or not, something that would come around and hit us in the back of the head, because they'd put in a mandatory assurance date, which was not movable. So our goal was to get this thing out as far in advance as possible, because they were going to hit assurance, and we wanted them to have at least reported at least once and not get assurance until their second report. So, excuse me, that was driving a lot, which is why we went, there is no time. As soon as we issue it, it goes live. So that people get at least two. They don't get assured until their second report. That one. Reaction to scenarios and sector scenarios. I think you're absolutely right. I don't think lots of people have quite got their head around scenario analysis. So something that, again, we had never done as a standard setter is we recognised our role in capacity and capability building. So we facilitated the establishment of what's called sector scenario groups. So we encouraged various industry groups to come together to design sector scenarios. And then we used a lot of like peak bodies such as the Bankers Association, the insurance companies, the Crown financial institutions came together, the seafood industry, agriculture, transport. So we got these different sectors, and we got encourage them to come together. And we have issued guidance, a lot of guidance on how do you do a sector scenario, and then how you take that sector scenario down to entity level. One of the critical factors in here is, where does the data come from? Where do you get information about how various locations are going to be impacted by climate change? Because it's what's available at an international level is something called the IPCC. You'd have heard about it and you'd have read about it, and they come out every now and then, and scientists tell you what's going to happen to the world and what's happening to climate at a global level. You then got to take that information and bring it all the way down to how climate is going to impact your entity in your locations. So the only way you can do that, for example, in New Zealand, they take the IPCC report, they have to feed it through a supercomputer, and it takes 2 years to spit out how that comes down to 5 or 10 kilometre zones in New Zealand. So they've done all this modelling to produce much more detailed climate data, so that you can look at where you happen to have your where your supply comes from. So here's a value chain thing, you know, where are you getting your people? Where do your people live? Can they get to work? How will that all impact on them? You know, so you get right down to the fact that these people are not going to be able to get to work because the trains aren't going to work because it's got too hot and all the tracks have melted. That like happens in the UK, doesn't it? So that's that one. So we tried to assist by doing sectors first, sector analysis. We've done a grouping of various industries. I acknowledge one huge advantage: we're a pretty small country, you know, so we do tend to know everybody. So it's obviously a bit of an overstatement, but metrics, entity use, industries. Oh, yes. So we purposefully, unlike what's happened in the IPSASB, we purposely did not stipulate what metrics or targets an entity must use, because we, as the standard setter, do not know at this point any better than the entities themselves and the industries themselves. So where there's a common metric that's used in an industry, people will naturally use that. They're probably using it now. So we said, well, we could stipulate the metric and make them go off and find the data and measure it, or we could say, disclose what you use now. How do you run your business now? And tell us what that metric is, tell us what your target is, and then show us your progression. In time, once there's many disclosures, if we have 5 entities in an industry that are all using wildly different metrics, at that time, we will go, is that information helpful, or does it need to be more aligned in due course, and then say, okay, industry, let's get together. You guys need to sort yourselves out. You need to come up with some common metrics. But how arrogant of us if we had been turned around and said, you will follow this metric. This is how you will measure what's important to your business when it comes to transitioning as a consequence of climate change. So we didn't take that route. We said, tell us what you're doing. Again, trying to reduce the compliance burden, the points of resistance. Just tell us what you're doing. So be wary. I'm about to offend any Americans in the room, of the IPSASB, the SASB standards. They're very, very American. They're very, very focused on American industry. Why wouldn't they be? Of course they are. But for example, in New Zealand, we can't even pick up their agricultural standard, because in New Zealand, all agriculture happens outside. There are no buildings. You do not put your animals inside. We just live outside. We're purely pastoral based. So we can't use the American standard. So we're a bit wary of that aspect of the IPSASB. Right, next question. consolidated. There is a requirement for consolidation. It's in the law. It says basically parallels the reporting entity to the financial reporting entity. It says report the same. The legislation is then has a special application to managed investment schemes. So asset owners, such as our largest superannuation funds and our accident compensation corporation, which has a lot of money, that if you come to New Zealand and you fall off if you fall down the steps getting off the plane, break your leg, New Zealand will look after you. We will pay for all your healthcare, and that comes out of the accident compensation system. So they got lots of money, well, relative to New Zealand. So you have to do consolidated level and individual entity level. It's up to the regulator to allow certain exemptions there. That doesn't fall within our remit, but you have to, if you're an asset owner in the investment scheme fund manager type arrangement, you actually have to report at fund level, and that is proving extremely difficult. So we have 900 funds, individual funds, that have to comply with this disclosure requirements. That wasn't our doing, that was the fund managers perhaps asleep at the wheel when the legislation was going through. That's a legislative requirement. Expertise and shape of our board. We only have a 9-person board. When the mandatory regime was being introduced and our mandate was being changed, the skills required to be on our board were also changed. So we were very fortunate, as I mentioned, that we already had some existing board members with more expertise than we could have hoped for. And we have then also supplemented that through various other governance structures, but drilled very heavily on the expertise. Sustainability was added to the skill. Our board members are appointed by the Governor-General on recommendation of the Minister. So we don't get complete control over who we get, but we influence as hard as we can. And we've been fortunate so far, but definitely you couldn't do this without some good understanding, especially around greenhouse gas and the nature of climate change. And we've done lots of educational sessions. How does it relate to the financial reporting side? We purposely kept them very separate. We have another sub-board called the New Zealand Accounting Standards Board that does the private and public sector accounting standards. They only bring strategic issues up to the IPSASB. So we ring-fenced it, for a better term. I think a challenge to an international board and a board looking at your work program is going to be how you balance the workload on the board. You know, you need to understand what you're issuing. You need to understand the reputational risks involved because you don't want to do something that, well, we didn't. I should speak for ourselves as opposed to you, sorry. We spent a lot of time and called extra board meetings, added in additional meeting time to cope with the workload on climate. And it's ongoing. We thought that was going to be one-off. You know, we just do it till we got the standard out the door, but it's evident we can't take our foot off that pedal because it leads us into sustainability reporting. Oh, there was a question about mandate. How do you make it not just become, how do you get people to adopt it? And I think the way that you do that there is you've got to be extremely clear about the why. Ian, I'm going to be a little rude, sorry. The why I'm so far hearing from IPSASB, and I apologise if it's out there and I've missed it, but the why I've heard so far is you're following the IPSASB. Other people have done it, we need to do it. You've got to be much clearer on a bigger why. Otherwise, no government. They won't do accrual accounting. Why on earth are they going to do climate reporting? You know, it's like, oh, pick me, hold me accountable. How many governments do that? You know, the corporates do this because they've been told to. You know, and then you've got a handful that do it voluntarily because they're a bit more forward thinking and they're trying to distinguish themselves. So it's all about the why. It's all about the 1.5 Paris Agreement. It's all about the fact that they've all signed up to, well, not all of them, but most of them have signed up to just transition. And the fact that they have publicly released commitments and how they're going to get there. They've also all signed up to SDGs. So there are under climate in there. There's again a distinction. So all about the why, that if they don't disclose this, they won't get a handle on the risks and how they need to adapt and transition as a government, given their 1/4, 1/3, 1/2, whatever the number is of the economy. So really clear on the why, and just everywhere you go, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. Why, and then worry about the detail later. Integrated reporting, conceptual framework. I'm going as fast as I can here. So we are about to have public sector reporting become mandatory in New Zealand on the climate way. We have an independent commission called the Climate Commission in New Zealand, set up by the Minister for Climate Change, and it can give independent advice to the government, and it calls out publicly whether or not the government has succeeded. And it basically said, you can't implement you can't implement national adaptation. New Zealand can't adapt unless you disclose. So that should happen by next year. We also got a mandate to develop non-financial reporting, sustainability, integrated reporting. All of those things fall under the extension of our mandate, but we chose to park it because we thought it was way too big to try and do sustainability at the same time. Please be aware that IFRS S1 and S2 are very, very circular. S1 says disclose all your material sustainability information, and here's what you do if you're disclosing climate. And how do you do that? Well, you go back up to S1 and you go around again and disclose all material sustainable risks and opportunities. I am so pleased we went nowhere near that direction, because it would just be overwhelming. And you've got to tell an entity, let alone a government, to disclose all of this. It's like, what even is it? You know, so I'm just a little weary of that sort of internal loop there. So we were fortunate, we were able to, and we actively ring-fenced climate, and we put it aside. We made it distinct from our financial reporting. We made it distinct from sustainability. So less than perfect, because, you know, you like a conceptual framework and how does it fit into the bigger picture? But if you try and figure out how it fits into the bigger picture, I don't think you can quite solve it. So we have started now developing a conceptual framework. The project is called Ngā Pau o Te Kawa Ora, the pillars that give life. And we are looking specifically through a Te Ao Māori worldview, through the lens of our Indigenous people. They're a significant part of our nation. We are fortunately one nation, unlike Canada, for example, which is many nations. We are one nation in New Zealand, and but the Maori population and their economic substance is growing. They're the most rapidly growing part of the New Zealand economy. So they are already thinking intergenerationally. They already think people and land, well-being. So we turn to them to learn from them about how we approach the broader integrated reporting, social license to operate, clarity around purpose, how you indicate that every decision you make today, how it impacts on 7 generations forward. You know, so we're trying to tackle that with them. That's pretty challenging. But that's what we are doing on that front, and we're tackling that now. And we have to answer the question: how does climate fit in there? But we go, well, we'll worry about that later, because in the meantime, if we waited on climate, it'd be just worse. People will just carry on. When a weather event happens or if bushfires break out, they go, oh, that's just one off, you know, but it's not. The extremes, the 100-year events are now happening all of the time. So that was level of reporting entity. Just lined it up with financial reporting, whatever you report, whatever entity. So I think it's going to be very difficult to consolidate at a whole of government level. So I wouldn't try and tackle that in the first instance. I would go, let's just get entities reporting. Let's get information. Let's get people thinking, how do you police? How do you run a defence force? How do you run a policy shop or a social welfare arrangement under these various pathways? So thank you for allowing me to rabbit on. I hope that helps.
That was brilliant, April. Thank you very much. I think you can see from the range of questions that really stimulated a lot of thought amongst the board. And I think it's a great entry to our first substantive discussion, which will be after the coffee break. But just thank you so much for that presentation.
Oh, you're
Brilliant.
welcome to anything we've done.
Don't worry, we'll be calling. So with that, we take the coffee break back here at past, and then we'll move into the sustainability reporting item. Great. Okay, we'll follow that, as they say. I think there's only one way we can do it, which is actually move into our first substantive session on the climate-related disclosures project. I'm glad Celine is still sitting here, hasn't run away in terms of can't take this anymore. No. So Celine, over to you.
Thank you, Ian. And I want to thank April again for her presentation. Definitely helped set the scene and get our minds in the right place as we move forward with this. And so as you saw in the papers and the deck was circulated yesterday, we'll spend time today to talk about our project plan and timeline. And then we'll get into some specific initial sustainability concepts and terms, but we wanted to take this time to make sure that we are all agreed upon in this process that we're going to move ahead with. As April really set out, this is a different area. This is a new area, which will call for a different process, a different approach for us as we move forward. Certainly lots of food for thought, and we want to make sure we're all comfortable with how we'll get there, how we'll get to our ultimate aim and our ultimate standard. And so just at a high level, the timeline that we have, we're looking at issuing the approval draft and approving it in Q3 next year. So we have 1 year to make our way through the standard. This is really, we'll break it into chunks and work through each groups of sections quarter by quarter. And this will ultimately help us to separate and move forward. We'll take you through key issues in each section, each quarter, and we will review the drafting each quarter for those sections. And then we can bring them back in check-in periods and at the following meetings, but we do want to stick to these timelines and proposals to take these in digestible chunks each quarter, focusing on the key public sector issues. But to get there, the key for us, I think, is really this steps approach that we would like to propose. Each quarter, we will look at the international guidance to start for those sections. And then we will have board education sessions, and we'll work closely with experts to get their recommendations on key issues and developing the content, and then bring it at the quarter meeting for board review and decisions. And so I'll walk through that process step by step with the group now. So building off international guidance, this is, again, aligned with our project plan, our approved project brief. We've been discussing this since Q3, that we will take, the consultation paper feedback. We'll be building off the public sector concepts from our conceptual framework, looking at international guidance. So that is IPSASB and GRI as our main points, but certainly looking across the board, certainly XRB, SRS, all of the regional others who have advanced in climate reporting. To be clear, for our first standard for climate, we will start with S2 as our starting point and look at GRIs and climate related topic standards and bring those together. But as you'll see in our agenda paper 13.2.2, we're starting with some of those key terminologies from S1 to S2. So it is our starting point practically, but we will be looking across at other standards as well and bringing in what we think is most applicable for the public sector. So another key element is board education. the consultation paper feedback, supported us. We have, as April mentioned, what we have is that standard setting process, our financial reporting strengths, and the assurance background. But what we need is to build our sustainability expertise. And that's at the board level, staff level, leveraging external experts. But this is an important step for us to get comfortable, to build a common knowledge across the board. We're speaking the same language so that we can have constructive discussions and making you comfortable with what we're putting out there. At the end of the day, it is that reputational risk that we have to be considerate of as well, and putting out a quality standard. So these education sessions will be brought in every quarter, whether it's in a check-in or at the board meeting. We will have sessions tailored to the key issues that we will plan to present and discuss for that quarter. So for example, in December, we'll be talking about objective and scope and conceptual foundations. So that's all of those general requirements, qualitative characteristics, fair representation, materiality, for us thinking about impacts. And so that's what we will plan to bring as an education session before our December plenary time. And so, we've heard from GRI, we've had IFRS, we've had April today, and even the IPSASB in June. And so we're working, coordinating that the next one, whether it's at the October check-in or December meeting, and that will be each education session will lead into what we will be discussing in December to help the board get that common knowledge and frame our minds leading up into the decisions and review at the quarterly meeting. So that's, I think, a key element to our process to make sure we're all speaking the same language as we move forward. Now, the topic working group and SRG, the Sustainability Reference Group, we've been thinking about these for a long time. We've talked about it. It's included in our project brief. And so the staff have been working over the last few months to start setting these up, having many meetings with different organizations, folks that we know, folks that have reached out, new people, to make sure that we have the right expertise and the right people across the different groups, and they're sitting in a place where we will be able to leverage them best, and thinking about how we'll engage with them, how we'll set these up, how the processes will work. And so these are key groups for us, just like the XRB has their external advisory panel, and constituents told us, they support the SRG, but we need more. We need more support to build our credibility and to leverage really a very complex topic. So it's we've given a lot of careful consideration to this. And so maybe I'll start with the SRG. So this group will be a high-level strategic advisory group. This is in a way similar to the KEG, an advisory group to talk about our overall sustainability reporting strategy, work program, and as well as project technical issues. The folks that we've met with and invited are listed here. And so, we have coverage, we have Alessandra from the UNCIA, that's a statistical, the environmental and economic accounting systems, OECD, UN Ops, World Bank, CDP, TNFD, all of these specialized in sustainability to give us that broad advice. And so we plan to meet with them October 4th. Board members and technical advisors are welcome to observe at these meetings as well. We will be talking about issues, in advance of that December meeting, the same. At this stage, we will see how it develops. It is meant to be for across our sustainability projects in the future. And certainly for October, we will be talking climate because that is our sustainability reporting at this point. So we will be talking about those conceptual foundations. So you're welcome to attend. And I would like to say, this is our initial starting group. We are open to grow as we see the need, any gaps, any folks that we need to invite and are missing. And so to have some flexibility, we've started with these 14 members. And we can see that growing, similar to the way the CAG was initially set up, to have a smaller group and grow as we see additional voices that may be missing from that group. And I'll turn it to Ross.
Yeah, thanks, Celine. That's a great intro into this. And, when the board approved the project brief and agreed to get the SRG going, we took a similar approach to when we established the CAG, I don't know, 9 years ago, where we started with a large group of constituents that we thought would be useful to have different perspectives. And again, we're looking for broad perspectives related to the topic of sustainability that we think will help inform the specific work. So we're not looking for general advice on, the minutiae of what the standard might be, but the things we should be thinking about while we work through and be aware of. We've probably talked to, since we started this work, 75 constituents that we never used to talk to that have views either regionally or internationally that are relevant. And we narrowed the list down to those that we think bring a specific perspective that we're going to need to hear while we set standards, so that the board has the advice to frame their review of the issues and think about the standard setting. And again, we've looked for those organizations that we want involved and who've kind of shown that they'll be able to help us to be involved, but fully with the understanding that as we develop more, we wanted to leave room that we can continue to add voices. That's pretty much all I wanted to say on that, but I just wanted to give some background on that. I think it is important to get it up and kind of get it working. And similar to when we launched the CAG originally, it'll definitely evolve. If you were, if we did YouTube our videos back then and stream them, it'd be quite interesting to go back and watch the first CAG meeting versus how the CAG works now. We've definitely changed the focus on how we use the CAG while still providing value and allowed it to grow. Thanks.
And just to say, in terms of the sort of process around collecting the names and making the approaches and so on, staff work very closely with myself and with Scott as who'll be the chair of that group. So there's been a lot of debate and discussion over the summer, and we've had to move pretty quickly in terms of actually getting invitation letters out to these organisations and chasing up responses and so on. And we do have, there are a list of other possibles that we haven't prioritised in the first round, but if there are other organisations and so on that you come across in your contacts that you think, yeah, they've got something that's really going to add where there's a space at the moment, then I think please do, get in contact with Celine and Ross, because we're going to need to shape this as we go. And this is just this is a starter.
Thank you for that. So the next group that I'll walk through is the topic working group. So this is the group that will be really in the weeds, going through the specific technical discussions, the content of the standard. And so we'll lean heavily, I think, similar to the financial instruments standard or task force that will deal with the complexities of the topic, the board will have to, in a similar way, lean on the topic working group to deliver on the detailed technical drafting and the issues. And so I think it's a very important group that I will work very closely with, meeting at least 2 times per quarter, if not more as needed, to work through the detailed issues and present our recommendations at the quarterly meeting. And this will be a smaller, tight-knit group. We'll work closely together with members being Ian chairing the topic working group. We've approached Liang, given her experience now and the work that she's doing at the firm in sustainability. And also we've approached other standard setters who are advanced, who have climate, who are far, they're ahead in their climate related disclosure standard setting, who are thinking through the issues from a private sector, public sector view. And so that will be, including IPSASB, GRI, Max Greenwood, many of you know from Treasury, and the XRB from April's team. So that is our plan with the topic working group.
And we may add 1 or 2 specialists at points as we get into particular topics and we need some additional specific expertise. We're likely to draw particular individuals in to those discussions, but that's the core.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ian. There are many groups that we've been speaking to, some that may not be available or fit into one of these different groups, but we will be connected with them, tap into them, like science-based targets. They've agreed, we'll work with them, especially when we get to targets and metrics and how we think about that. And so lots of different contacts to work with. So then the next group we touched on briefly in the agenda paper, but it really speaks to what April was saying about engagement and working with many, many different stakeholders. We had such great engagement following our consultation paper, and then following the announcement that we will move ahead with climate. I don't know how many emails Ross got following that, and folks who are really engaged and excited and want to look ahead and be part of this process, and we need to bring them on that journey with us. And so coming out of that, we felt, okay, where do these folks sit? How do we take folks on the journey with us? How do we ensure that engagement and encourage that early take up? We're not doing this just for ourselves to be part of sustainability standard setting or to get people to report disclosures, but that why is really to get people to change behavior, to build that standard, that group that will start this reporting and take it forward. It's ultimately going to be the preparers and their governments who will have to take this and do something with it. And so we need to have that early engagement. This is something new for us as a staff team and board, to have this type of implementation forum, whether you user prepare advisory group, whatever you call it. We landed on SIF because it kind of sounded better, but we played around with a lot of names. But ultimately, we need to engage groups. We will have to think about how this will work. We have to be very strategic about it, whether we engage them through webinars, surveys, whatever it is, but to keep that engagement, get their feedback, as we go. We don't have the same time frame. We want to we're not going to hopefully do multiple exposure drafts, but we need their feedback through the process. So before we even get to exposure draft Q3 2024, we want to have some engagement with them through whether it's Q1, Q2 in early 2024, get their feedback, consider it, and reflect it in our exposure draft. There are many, there are public sector entities who are already doing TCFD. Many of those reached out to us, excited, and so getting their feedback, learning from their processes, and also once they're all in the same room and talking, it builds a network for them too, across internationally to start engaging and hopefully building that public sector community of sustainability reporters to bring up that standard of reporting across the public sector. So I'll pause there. I know Ross, you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, so this is, an early idea at this stage, but it's more, as Celine said, and to make it as simple as possible, it'll be a virtual forum where when we have a topic that we want to get some early feedback on, we'll circulate a document to the participants who agree to be in the forum, give them a week or two to think it over and, develop their ideas and ask them to send back their thinking. And then we would give them a webinar and we'd walk through the various topics that are flagged through the forum to discuss, what we're thinking about, why we're proposing that, and what the feedback is and what we might do to address that. So it's kind of a real-time feedback loop so that when we get to an exposure draft, all of the board's ideas aren't untested. We're not waiting for that exposure draft to start to understand what the actual public sector users are thinking about what we're developing. Whether the proposals are realistic, whether they're implementable, whether they're scalable, whether the scope's right. And, we can think of lots of ways to do this, but it's not meant to be an onerous part of the process. It's more of a feedback loop so that as the board starts developing its thinking, we can take the key things and test them out. And again, we've never done this before in this way. We think it's a novel way to help keep things move quickly. And we're not planning to make it overly formal in terms of the groups that we engage here. But we've asked, as we meet with people, would they be interested in participating? And if they're interested in participating, we'll put them on the forum. And, it could be 200 we had on the forum at the start. It might be 50. We're kind of just collecting names at this point. But it's really a feedback mechanism so that we have that. And I kind of, didn't think about it in this lens, but when April was making her presentation, April you said a couple times about how important it was to not wait to an exposure draft to start to get feedback. So there are lots of publications and lots of documents. Say this is kind of replicating that in probably a less formal way. They're not going to be published documents at that stage, but there will be, papers that staff write up with the board's thinking and details needed so that constituents can kind of share their thoughts. So that's pretty much all it is at this point. And again, as it says there, probably start to work on this in 2024 as the board starts to make decisions on key areas of the climate related project.
And the thing to emphasize on membership here is it's open. So, it's very much a way of engaging whoever wants to be engaged, but allowing them to input before we get to the formality of the exposure draft.
All right. Yeah. Oh, Kamira.
Oh, sorry, Kamira. Yeah.
Thanks. I have a couple of questions from the governance and so first. For the new groups that have been formed, do we have already terms of reference, or we have planned to do something similar? So, and with the selection criteria, I know that as of now, probably it was not through expression of interest, but more than the IPSASB was proactively contacting the people and engaging them. But in the future, for instance, next year or in 2 years, if we have plans to formalize a structure, how it will work, how many years can each member participate, and so. So that is my first question. My second question is, how will be the interaction between the CAC and this sustainability reference group, because I saw, I think in the program and that technical director report, something that it was more than the CAG was supervising or oversight in the work. So I just wanted to get a bit more of clarity, how will that work? And also the interaction with the sustainability steering committee, how will that feedback come back to the IPSASB? I saw that for the work program, we did for the CAG feedback, like a very detailed report, like what was the feedback obtained from each of the members, and then what was the analysis or how is the way forward from the staff. Will we have something similar also for the sustainability sphere? So thanks.
It's a good question. So I wasn't sure on the terms of office if you're referring only to the implementation forum, or you're thinking SRG as well. SRG. Okay, sorry.
SRG.
So SRG, we've kind of taken the CAG terms of reference, and again, CAG is an advisory board. The difference between the CAG and the Sustainability Reference Group is the CAG is a formal part of IPSASB's due process. So the CAG always sits as part of the due process along with the PIC, that's the ultimate governing body, as part of that. So the CAG role doesn't change, but we'll be going to them with advice related to all of our strategic projects, which now include sustainability, and our technical projects, which now include a sustainability project. So the CAG role doesn't change. We'll still have to go through the CAG as we develop our climate reporting standard on key issues and get input from the CAG. The Sustainability Reference Group sits below that, and it's a specific advisory group on sustainability. Now, we envision that we would do similar report back style of capturing of the issues in the same way with CAG, it's advice. So it's informing the board's work. So we may or may not take all the advice, but we'll listen and we'll respond. So the staff will keep a record of what we receive from the Sustainability Reference Group as advice, and we'll continue to track that as we work through the project to let the board know for the board's work. But in terms of a link between the reference group and the CAG, there shouldn't be one. They're two different advisory groups. That advice comes into the board, and the board is overseen by the CAG and the PIC.
And I think that linkage, I mean, that's something that, we needed further discussions with Fabienne about how, topic selection and that kind of thing. So that is going to be something that we need to take forward. I mean, with regard to the steering group, that was a very important part of our early work. But in terms of going forwards, actually, given the linkages with the board and given that we're now operational, we don't actually see that we will need to carry on with that steering group going forwards, because the discussions will either be in each of those groups or they will be with the board. And essentially, we're now in an operational phase rather than that early setup and planning, which was where it was so useful. Todd?
I'd noted down a similar question to the one that Camira asked around sort of terms of reference. The topic working group, is there a broad outline of really what we're looking for there? And I'm sort of thinking in terms of the skills that we need for a particular topic and being quite clear on that and ensuring that we have the skills in those topic working groups that we need to actually get us through what we're doing.
So in terms of the remit of the topic working group, it's a fancy name for a task force. We've been using these for years on various topics. And in mapping out what we'll be bringing to the board, we're trying to identify those areas where we want to bring in specific skills. So we'll continue to monitor that. So there's nothing more formalized than that for the topic working group, other than we're going to need sustainability expertise. We're bringing those experts in. We've got some permanent ones from the standard setting community that we're trying to include. And then as Celine said, we've had some really interesting conversations with certain groups. Probably metrics is the biggest one that's come up, where we think there's a really specific skill set. When we get to that part of standard setting, we'd be remiss if we didn't invite some of them to help us out.
Yeah, I'm thinking of April's presentation, and just the breadth of skills that were needed to really land standard in the climate space. And there's only sort of 4 organisations noted on that overhead. Are we going to draw on all the skills we need to do the climate exposure draft, if that's where we're drawing from? It's just a question.
Yeah, well, I think to that point, we'll supplement those 4 with the additional skills when we need them specifically. So on the SRG, we've got a lot broader skill set, and there's probably 3 times the amount of groups we've talked to. And we're also working at the moment on the funding to supplement on the staff side. So we're hoping, in the next few months to be able to announce more staff resources as well. But, we're worrying about the same thing. We just don't have an answer yet.
And for example, I mean, without giving, anything away, I don't think that, maybe in terms of the discussions we've had with April, what we sort of said is, I mean, obviously, as she said, she's got a range of skills within the team, and probably what we're looking for is sort of one person who's the kind of anchor, but then they might well bring colleagues in if we're talking about scenario analysis or whatever. So if you like, that's the kind of way that we're trying to work and to draw on the teams in which each of those organizations, have already assembled. Salid.
Thanks, Ian. So that's overall the approach that we're taking. I think it's consistent with the project brief approved in June, consistent with our constituents' feedback, the need to leverage international standards, build boards, sustainability knowledge and expertise, and hopefully respond in a timely manner by taking these steps. And so I think it is very important that we're all comfortable with this approach and how we plan to move this forward so that we can have those productive discussions when we review the standard and be able to really focus and hone in on the public sector issues, get past a lot of getting stuck in the technical climate issues, but to build our knowledge to then look at, our role as a board to take it and focus on public sector. What else do we need? So I think that's critical for us to be able to do it quickly, to not, we need to have the background and the knowledge, but what we should be focusing on really will be the public sector issues. And that's how we plan to bring it forward. And we may need to think about, certainly we're at the beginning of this process, and we may revisit, we may open to improving as we go, but this is our planned approach, and we will certainly debrief and look back each time to think, okay, what else do we need? What else can we bring? So as you have any feedback, if you feel a need for a proposal or how we're doing things, I'm always open to hear that, and we think about what works best for the board to get us there. All right. So are there any further questions or comments?
Yep. Claudia, and then Liang, and then Todd.
Thank you for this presentation where we want to going forward. I just reminded to the presentation we received yesterday, where we get the information that the ISB prepared their standards on the focus of capital investors. And we should make really sure that we get our focus set up in the right shape, especially like April said, we should make sure why we are wanted to do this and what our primary users are expected. So, because that's, I'm a little bit nervous about if we could get the right balance at the beginning.
Thanks, Claudia. Liang?
Thanks, Chair. Actually, I have two questions. The first one is we have a framework for a wide scope with a wide scope for general purpose financial report. So can I confirm that this standard will still be governed by our framework? This is my first question. The second one is, as we develop climate disclosure first, and we have no general requirement standard. So may I confirm that our current plan is just to put all those general requirements into this new standard? This is my two questions. Thank you.
Ross, do you want to?
So nothing's changed in terms of the plan and how we plan to set the standard from what we agreed in the project brief in June. And we're clear in the project brief, we'll apply our lens of our conceptual framework to develop our guidance. So our conceptual framework's non-binding. So you use the word govern what goes in it. So we're not governing what goes in based on what our conceptual framework is. We're using the principles in our framework to guide our thinking where they're applicable. And we're certain to identify areas where the principles in our framework just haven't thought about sustainability. So there won't be guidance. And again, as the little wheel we've been using, consistent with what we heard from the consultation last year, people want us to build off the relevant international guidance to the extent possible. They want us to apply a public sector lens. We'll bring that in through our framework. And they want us to work particularly with IPSASB and GRI to try and develop our guidance. So nothing's changed in that sense of how we're going to do it. We've just tried to map out the issues we think we'll have to look at. And, you know, again, from the outset, it's public sector issues that we're focusing on. So again, in December, we'll really start to get into issues and we'll start to get to the points, what that means and what it looks like. But to do that first, we had to get the structure set up so that we can use the things the project brief talks about, like the SRG topic working group and now this implementation forum. So we'll actually have the ability to set standards. So.
Celine?
To your second question on the general requirements, at this stage, given we're starting with climate first, we are planning to bring those general requirements into our climate standard. That's the plan as of now. Certainly in months' time, we'll see what happens if we have the ability to start a general requirement standard, or how we may want to, you know, consider approaching this. But as this is our first topic, we do have to address those issues. The form and where it will sit, we can certainly revisit as needed, but we still have to address those issues. And so you'll see here where there's a little asterisk, some of the issues or sections that will be more general standard requirements is conceptual foundations. That includes, you know, materiality, reporting entity, comparative and fair presentation, those qualitative characteristics. And then general requirements is the other area where we'll talk about those reporting, like location of disclosures, timing, measurement, uncertainty, errors, sources of guidance, all of that will be in general requirements, but we do have to think about that now. You'll hear, even as April mentioned, and when you hear the IPSASB, they are very related. There S1 and S2 are very related. There is that sort of loop. You have to look at S1 when you think about S2 and whatnot. So we can't, you know, get away with not talking about it yet, but it will be part of what we start with now. And we'll see where it goes in a year's time.
Russ, you want to add to that?
Yeah, so I think there's a nuance there that I just want to make sure we don't get too far down the line on thinking about this yet. So That doesn't mean we'd take everything from S1 and put it in S2. It means we'd look at things in S1 with the lens of climate to what we might need to bring into S2. So it would be portions and limited climate related things that we'd bring over. It's not a backdoor way to do S1. If we were to do S1, we'd have to do a project brief. We'd have to approve that project brief. We'd have to agree the issues and stand that project up. So it would only be a Band-Aid solution until we're able to do something general. It wouldn't be a backdoor way to do it. And it would only be from the lens of climate, because that's what we've agreed to do. So, you know, agree with everything Celine said. I just don't want people to think that that means we're going to have this massive standard where we bring in all parts of S1. We might just have to acknowledge that some issues we won't be able to address through this standard because they're not appropriate to do so. We need to be really careful on scope creep on this project. It's already hard enough. You know, we've been working very hard since June just to get us to the point where we feel confident we can start to tackle some of these issues by bringing in the expertise through groups and starting to set up a framework to set standards in a space that none of us are experts on. So we need to be careful. And I think there's some really nice messages that April gave us before, and I really hope the board doesn't forget those. And if you do, I might have April's presentation on record and play it throughout our discussions in the coming months as it gets more distant. But, you know, I wanted to say hallelujah when she started talking about materiality. We've been spending a lot of time talking to a lot of different people about materiality. And, you know, if we let this board and this group of staff set a materiality guidance the way we do things traditionally, we could sit here in 10 years from now when I'm talking to you about being a 20-year staff member saying we still haven't solved materiality. It's kind of a conundrum that I don't think anybody's going to figure out in short time. So this board needs to decide what we think is appropriate around materiality by looking at the different sources of information and relying on the expert groups we're setting up and make a decision. It might be the right decision in the long term, might have to change it, but we can't be afraid of that. Or we'll get you know, paralysis by analysis and we'll never get anywhere. And I don't think that's going to help people out with where we're trying to go.
Okay, and the location of material and all that kind of thing, you know, will be decided in due course. Todd, then Renee, then Adrian.
Thanks, Ian. I've just got a few comments, but would certainly reiterate what you were saying, Ross. I mean, I think a saying that is used in New Zealand and probably more broadly, you know, we can't let perfection be the enemy of good, really. We just have to get something started. My first comment is probably a broader one, and I think this presentation's been helpful just in terms of understanding the different things that are starting to come together to help us be able to develop an exposure draft. I was sitting here thinking, you know, the external reporting board through a whole heap of resource at getting a climate standard out, the IFRS Foundation with what they were doing did as well. And I'm sitting here thinking we've got quite limited resource for what we're doing. And then I sort of balance that with, they were probably starting from scratch and we're actually wanting to build off some things, but I still have some residual concerns about whether we have got enough resource to do what we want to do here within a 1 year time frame. So just wanted to register that. One other comment is probably a bit more at the process end, and it's quite helpful that this diagram's up here, because I was sort of looking at this and thinking, if I remember our project brief correctly, we're really building off S2, but we want to overlay GRI and other jurisdictions and have a look at all of that. And just wondering how that's all going to sort of come together from a process perspective. So I don't know whether any thinking's been done in that space, but if it has, just, you know, what can we expect quarter by quarter, and how's it all going to come together into what we are going to expose? Is it going to look, you know, 90% like S2, or with the process that we're working through, is it going to look like, you know, 50 or less or whatever? And my last comment, again, going back to the presentation from April, there's a lot of guidance wrapped around a standard. And I'm just wondering if there's any thinking at this stage, maybe it's a bit too early, but thinking about to make this work at an international level, whether we're going to need to start thinking down that track as well.
So I think in terms of what will this look like, you know, that will, our ideas on that will evolve as we go. I mean, what Celine's trying to do is give you a sketch of the topics we're going to cover. We're certainly going to have to work through, you know, even some of the just the kind of mechanics of how do you include guidance that's based, you know, that draws on S2, that draws on relevant GRI guidance and put that together in a single document. How does that work in copyright terms and stuff like that? So there's quite a lot of stuff that we're going to have to do as we go. I think the other thing that goes with this, though, is that we will want to build the document as we go along, so that when we've had the discussions, actually, basically, you know, as far as possible, that gets slotted in so that you can see it building, so that stakeholders can see it building, and not so that we have the discussions and then suddenly 6 months later we come back and, oh, we've forgotten all about it, but here's some draft guidance. So it's going to have to be that kind of iterative process. And I think that's where, you know, in the way that we've done in the past, we will need to use the check-in meetings so that we've discussed the draft, you know, we've given the education, board members have the opportunity to feed in, then it comes back, you know, and we discuss anything else that comes out of that, you know, and so that's going to have to be the process. But inevitably, as we've said, we're going to start from, you know, if you like, there's an existing base in IPSASB literature, GRI literature, and it's how we actually weave that together, you know, and then develop the additional material that we need, and watch the space, I think. But good questions. Celine.
Thanks, Todd, for those questions. Certainly to your first point, we do need more resources. I have to say, Ross is working a lot on this. He spends a lot of additional time working on fundraising now and potential for just, you know, secondments. It takes a lot of time, grant applications, looking for funding. From my experience in fundraising, it's very relationship based. You know, if you have a good relationship, it's much easier than seeing a proposal. What is this? Who is this? Tell me about it. And so on that, we're doing what we can, but always open to any contacts, any opportunities across the board or TAs, anyone, because we do need the resources. It is.
We
That's
accept
it.
cash, checks, secondments,
Yeah.
anything you want to
And
offer, we take all donations.
It's something definitely new for us, and we have to think about this for the sustainability of sustainability, right? For our work going forward, new avenues, for, you know, philanthropic foundations and whatnot. So it's a big task, and Ross is actively working on it. So I just wanted to bring that back. And to Ian's point, what will it look like? We're working through that. It will, I cannot say 90, 10, 70, 30, 10, whatever it will be. We have to figure out what's best for public sector at the end of the day, right? It may not, as I said, we have to start somewhere practically, looking at S2 and then take from GRI, and it will have to read not just like a 1+1, you know, cut and paste. It will have to be coherent, and the principles have to make sense for the public sector. So what that will look like, I hope it will look like something we can all understand and agree upon at the end of the day. And that guidance wrapped around a standard, also it's in our minds, and we will have to think about it, but just practically what we can do, and maybe it's in stages and phases, but we'll have to see again down the road.
Ross, and then I'm going to take the remainder of questions from members, because I'm mindful of time and we've got a group photo that we have to take and so on. So Ross.
Yeah, I don't want to add much. I just want to make a point is I don't want to start putting numbers on how much of this or that it's going to be, because I think we've got a process where we're going to work through the issues from our lens of public sector perspective. If that means we end up with more of one than another, so what? So I think as members, as TAs, when you're talking to people, if people try to infer that we're just doing ISSB and, you know, not thinking about it, push back, because we used to get that on our financial reporting program too. But I think the people who take the time to engage in our work and see how we work, we don't just copy and paste anyone's group standards. So if you hear that, call it out. It's not true. And if people read the project brief in detail, it's clear that's not what we're doing. So that's all I have to say.
And thank you for that, because I think that in itself is really helpful for us to understand that there aren't preconceived ideas just because we're starting with S2. So that in itself, I think, is really helpful for us as a board, and will help us in terms of conversations we're having to push back on. Don't worry about where we're starting, it's where we're finishing that is, you know, the important thing here. So thank you for those comments.
Thanks, Todd. I like that. That's a good mantra. Okay, so if I could just take comments from the three members who've got flags up at the moment. I'll ask staff to respond, and then we will break for lunch, and we will come back and look at the proposals in terms of terminology first thing after lunch. So if I can take Renee, Hervé, Adrien, and Lizvi. So Renee first.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I really like the direction that the project plan is taking. I think, and Russ, you repeated it. It was mentioned during the presentation before the break. We need to be pragmatic. We need to have a pragmatic lens as we approach these topics. It's not perfect. Even looking at the lack of expertise around the board, we have to get over that. And I think it's been received by the board loud and clear. So thank you for that. One question I have is, and it goes back again to the board's expertise and our learning curve, upskilling ourselves. So I see that in the SRG, you've given us the opportunity to observe. What about also the opportunity to potentially observe the topic-based working group? Given climate is the priority, climate is what we need to upskill ourselves on a lot more quickly, I think, than broader sustainability. I'm wondering if there's also an opportunity there for board members who want to also be observing that working group as
Thanks, Renee. Hervé, Adrien.
Thank you. Well, I'm fully understood and support the approach and course of action to sustainable standard development. I just have one major minor issue as an aperitif to our lunch break. It's about Sustainability Implementation Forum. We aim at engaging preparers, standard setters, assurance providers, and other interested parties. And I don't understand what it means and what you're thinking of with the inclusion of indigenous peoples. Is it in their subject expert capacity or another functional capacity? Does it include all of them, Corsicans, Basque people, Quechua, Uyghurs, Cham, Chiricahuas, Hausas, etc.? What's the meaning of that? I don't see the real connection between being an indigenous people represented in that forum and the subject matter.
Yeah, I think got a little bit of flavor of this from April's presentation, but this was a big issue that came through our consultation in 2022 that it was coming from specific Indigenous groups in different parts of the world that said they've got a long history of understanding issues of sustainability, and you can't do sustainability without Indigenous perspectives. So we've been trying to identify groups that, again, like all the groups on the SRG, have some sort of an international lens because of the diversity of those perspectives. And almost every country you could identify probably has some notion of an Indigenous peoples or First Peoples. So we're trying to find ways to get those perspectives in because we don't want to miss them. And we thought the Sustainability Implementation Forum is a good one. We're also still working on that perspective for the SRG. We've talked to different organizations that we think might be able to help us with that broader lens, because we're not looking to deal with any say disputes, issues that exist at a political level in a particular jurisdiction. We want their sustainability knowledge, contributions to the process to make sure they're not missed. That's what we're going for there. So we're not, and again, the implementation forum is an open forum. So we're not looking to exclude anybody, but we do see that as one area where we can get that input from various groups around the world.
Lucy.
Oh, sorry. Please don't forget Corsicans and Britons.
They're absolutely welcome. Nobody is excluded. That's the point, that the forum is open. So if people want to understand what we're doing and they want to input to it, that's fine. It's not a representative forum. It's it's a communication device rather than anything else. So all welcome. Lucy.
Thank you, Chair. In reviewing the sustainability reporting concepts and terms, as mentioned in slide 11, I think, we will be considering the IPSASB process for reviewing and modifying IASB documents. I think there might be a need for us to come up with a similar process that is now appropriate for IPSASB documents, because the existing document really pertains only on financial reporting standards. So maybe we need similar document that would support us in our sustainability reporting standard setting process. Thank you.
Ross.
Completely agree. And this is a more complicated space because we're not just aligning with IPSASB, we've got other guidance. So I would say, let's work through it and see how that develops. And maybe that's one of the things we aim, closer to the back end of the process, is putting those down and coming up with a policy. I would caution against trying to do that now, because we just need to start working through it and understand how we think our lens from the public sector works and how we develop that, and to build a proper process that'll work. Completely agree.
And remember that the original process was developed after we'd actually developed a lot of experience across various different projects. So we're going to have to, back to the discussion with Todd, we're going to need to see how we go with this one first. And then, as we go through other types of topics. Renee, to your point, basically, we want to keep the topic working group tight, and we're going to have to work through a lot of material very quickly. So anything that goes to the topic working group will eventuate in a discussion with the board and be covered in education materials. So at this stage, in order to just allow us to get moving and start to do the thinking, we're not going to expand that at all in terms of observers or whatever. That's just really to allow us to get moving quickly. We will make sure that the board is briefed and so on. Okay, so with that, I think we are at the lunch break. There is the board photo, so if board members can leave the room quickly. The photo, I think, Leah, is going to be at the top of the stairs, just immediately out here. So go up to the top. There will be seating. Leah will tell people who's sitting where at the front, so we can get through the process as quickly as possible and everybody can get to their lunch. if board members can now follow Leah, and we'll get the board photo done as quickly as possible. And the incentive is, as soon as we're done with the photo, you can have lunch. And then back here at 1:30, everyone, please, and we'll go into the discussion of terms. Okay. So I think more or less everyone's back from lunch now. So we move into the consideration in terms of the terms that we will be using going forward. So Celine, over to you to discuss that.
Thank you. So I'm just going to click ahead. Right. So on agenda item 13.2.2, this is just an initial list. Get our feet wet, get started on key concepts and terms, general terms for sustainability as a starting point. It's by no means an exhaustive list, and we will continue to look at other specific terms, climate-related terms, as we move through the sections of disclosure. So what we did was starting with S1 and S2, as I said, as our starting point, and looked at the key general terms that may be different for public sector. And to Elizabeth's point, we thought about it in the same sort of lens as the process for reviewing and modifying ISB documents, in that we looked at their applicability, any public sector specific nuances. We'll look at examples, and that's our starting point. Certainly with this standard, with future standards, we'll think about developing, say, a policy based on our experience and how we're going to look at different standards, ISB, GRI. But this is sort of our first step, and what we're proposing, you see it's a short list, and many of the terms are actually terms we already have, but it's what's the public sector lens on, say, GPFRs and whatnot. And so the proposals are based on our conceptual framework in this case, and other existing IPSASB literature. So that's the approach we took, and we can go sort of term by term and pause and see if there's any comments or feedback on each of the terms, but I won't walk through each of the terms and the rationale again for that. So perhaps to start, the first term was revising business model to operational model. That is, based on IPSAS 40. And the terminology we use for business acquisition really being acquiring an operation. So I'll pause there for any comments or questions.
Okay. Any points? I was waiting to see who came first, actually. I'll go for Camira, you go first, and then I'll go to Andrew and Todd.
Thanks, Sharon. I just have a minor suggestion for the operational model. If we can remove the last proportion where it says by providing goods and services, because I think when we say already that is to fulfill the entity's objective, that is broad enough. So in order not to be too restrictive. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Camira. Andrew, then Todd.
I just wondered if we could, or perhaps should emphasize the term. So in the IPSASB's literature, it emphasizes the short, medium, and the longer term. We've lost that in our definition of operational model. So just to emphasize again.
Thanks, Andrew. Todd?
I think certainly in our jurisdiction, people would probably talk about an operating type model as a subset of a business model. So we do have to be careful in the way that we describe this, that we don't create that sort of subsidiary to a business model in the way that we describe this. So we may even want, a BC or something around that, because certainly in our jurisdiction, you'd probably think of that as a subset of a business model. And I don't think we want to create that through this process.
Okay, I mean, I think that I think that's fine. You know, so if we explain that on the basis for conclusion, then I think we've got Camira's proposal to remove providing goods or services, but then Andrew's proposal to add short, medium and long term back in. And I think those two actually are complementary. It would work well in terms of following on from objectives in the short, medium and long term. Any other points anybody wants to make? And we have a BC obviously that explains what we've done. Okay, good. So move us on to the next one.
General purpose financial reports. So our conceptual framework is broad enough to include financial, non-financial information. And so we propose that we continue to think of our sustainability reporting within general purpose financial reports, and which includes, it's not limited to, financial statements and sustainability reports.
Okay, comments, Mike.
So just one reminder, I agree on the rational. However, I just want to remind that I think we decided that our future sustainability standards in principle could be applied also on a standalone basis, and so that they are not necessary be part of that general purpose financial statements. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, that's good. Thanks.
Primary users of general purpose financial reports, that's consistent with our conceptual framework, being service recipients and resource providers.
Any comments? Okay, I'm good with that.
Next one, reporting entity. So similarly, following our conceptual framework, that we are thinking and talking about statements, sustainability reporting at the reporting entity level.
Any comments? Okay, so we're good with that.
And then finally, value chain. It's broader, certainly for the public sector, but it's still a concept applicable for the public sector. And as we, move through our standards, certainly we may have some, better guidance, but at the start of it, value chain and the concept we think applies, and it had some minor tweaks to that, what's proposed in S1, business model, and expanding it. We're not product and service sale, more just delivery.
Thanks, Celine. I think we had some good examples earlier on from April's presentation in terms of value chains and how that will play out. Claudia, then Todd.
Thank you. I'm wondering if really the definition of value chain is understandable for our public sector entity, because it's quite really written in a style that it's more understandable if you are in the private sector. Depends on to create its products or services from conception to delivery, consumption and end of life. And if I think to a education department or something like that, it's difficult to get the sense of it. If we go then to the GRI, they have value change is activities created out by organization and by entities upstream and downstream from the organization to bring organization's product or services from the conception to the end of use. So it sounds a little bit more understandable than maybe the other definition.
Okay, thanks, Claudia. So take comments from Todd and then from Renee.
Thanks, Ian. And I'd support what Claudia just said. I think it does need some tweaking to make it resonate with the public sector. And one word that I particularly tripped over in the definition was the word marketing, which feels very private sector selling. And I don't think you'd find marketing as such in sort of core government. You might find the need for a lot of communication, but it's not really marketing. So hence support what Claudia was saying in terms of really think about and perhaps refine that definition, looking to things like GRI and others.
Okay, thanks. Renee.
I don't want to be repetitive, but I had marketing circled in red on my paper. But actually what and Claudia, you basically, I had the exact same comment referring to the GRI definition. I personally find it's a tighter, simpler definition, and reflecting on April's comments from earlier this morning, describing what the value chain is. Basically, it's upstream, downstream, it's everything, and finding just the simplest way to describe this without stumbling on the details, to me would be the right approach. And I think GRI does that. So.
Okay. Thanks, Patricia.
Thanks. I know the first paragraph indicated the relationship related to report entities operational model in the external environment in which it operates. Considering that I intend to analyze the impact of the performance of the entities related to the some indicators or some targets, public sector use other mechanisms to active, like tax regulation or regulation. Then maybe the value chain is not so fit with the way that public sector works. And also, I think I didn't make my comments in relation to operational model, but maybe the operational model and the value chain need to be changed, considering the other ways that the public sector uses to activate its objective. Thanks.
Well, I think, this is the kind of question as to terminology, and is it really different, or is it just that people it needs to be thought about and applied in a different way? And so I think the operational model, we've already done that. I think the value chain, again, it's kind of not a term that, say, a government department would perhaps normally think about, but actually they're going to need to start to think about these things differently. And so, I mean, I think, this is quite an interesting case in terms of, I'm clearly hearing from board members that actually they think that the way in which GRI has described the value chain actually resonates better. And so people are there's a case of actually, do we need to think about another term, or actually do public sector bodies need to start to think about their activities in a different way? And so I think in this case, actually, no, they do need to start to think, and almost using a different term is actually a better way of saying, you need to think about this. So I think on this one, what I'm hearing is, yes, we should think about value chain, but we should get the better descriptor, which is actually more, shorthand and less sector specific, if you like. And I think there's a general point, which is actually, we've looked at IPSASB here, but actually going forwards, we probably should put the GRI term alongside it and actually say, for our purposes, which of those works better and resonates better going forwards. So, it's one of those things, it's a bit like, I had an example in the UK where people used to talk about director of finance. And then we were like, well, actually, no, actually CFO is in more common usage. And actually, in the end, in a piece of guidance with SIPA, we went, no, we're going to do the role of the CFO. And actually, that's actually changed the usage of the terminology. much more common, more widely spread now. So I think we have to think about that. Certainly in terms of the contextualization or the application guidance, there may be more, okay, we need to help people with this, but that's probably, I was going to say downstream, but actually, so I think on this one, subject to any of the other comments that come in, let's try that GRI term, and then going forwards, we'll set the IPSASB term and the GRI term alongside each other and see which actually resonates better, or even maybe, you know, pick the best of both, however we go forwards. Renee, you want to come back in on this, and then I'll go to Scott.
Yes, I just want to share my experience through conversations with government officials, government departments that are already calculating scope 3, for example. They already understand value chain. They understand it's the activities to undertake the services, the programs. So I think that it's pragmatic and it works in both sectors, and we shouldn't change it if we should remain consistent as much as we can. And I think here it's by experience, I see that they get it. They get what it means.
Thanks, Renee. That's helpful, because people are going to have to get into this and thinking about it. Scott.
That was really my point. We can't forget we're part of a value chain overall of financial reporting. And so I think where we add value is in a definition, staying with the term, because it means a lot to people in this area. So we need to be careful changing those terms. Where we add value is in the definition of the terms.
Thanks, Scott. Murray.
Thank you. My opinion is same as Luna, and so in the public sector, and value creation is a so great goal, and it is common usage, and so I agree with the value chain. However, in the public sector, public value creation should be the public value creation. And so we have to pay attention about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Murray. So I think, you know, the way forward then is we keep the term value chain. The request from members, I think, is to really bring in GRI rather than the IPSASB, but we need to see how that sits. And then I think Mari's point about public value is certainly where we reflect that, whether it's in the definition or whether it's in guidance. We'll let staff have a look at that and see how that best works. Okay. Good. Okay. Well, I think that was, you know, as Celine said in her introduction, that gets our feet wet. You know, I think it's brought out a number of useful points, I think, in that discussion around the board. Thank you very much for that, Celine. And we look forward to many sessions to come. Okay, so with that, we now move into the item on natural resources. So just give us a minute whilst staff swap over and let Edwin come to the table. Thanks. Okay, over to you, Edwin.
Thanks, Ian. I'm going to be going through 6 papers today, and it seems like quite a lot, but the first 2 are actually quite interrelated. The second and the third one are quite interrelated. So I'm going to start with a project management paper, and then going to revisit the definition and then also recognition and measurement. And then starting from paper 4 and on, those are the new items which I'm bringing forward to the board. So I'll first start with project management. So if you recall from June, I had presented a preliminary definition of natural resources and also presented one approach to recognition using a rebuttable presumption. Now, part of the reason why we introduced that was also to address concerns from constituents over the need to essentially inventory every single natural resource in their jurisdiction. And back in June, the board's reaction was not positive. So we have now proposed a new definition and a revised recognition approach. So I'll be walking through those two papers next. We're also going to cover at this meeting display and disclosure proposals. And then I have a short paper on the effective date, transition, and also amendments to other IPSAS. So the plan is to really go through the principal related matters and pretty much the authoritative text of the ED at this meeting. The plan is for also at the end to talk about proposed topics for implementation guidance and illustrative examples. So this will be similar to what we did back for revenue and transfer expenses, where we had a table that shows every single topic and what the core text and the application guidance says, and then whether we need IGs or IEs. And for the last item, we won't be doing a detailed page flip at this meeting, but we'll be going through the draft ED on a section by section basis so that we can gather input from the board and also to look at the first draft of the basis for conclusions. Okay. So in terms of the overall timeline for the project, right now we are still aiming to have the EDs up for approval in March of next year. And the plan, assuming that we get approval from the board, is to issue the ED and the accompanying materials in early Q2 2024. Okay. So before I jump into the technical matters, I guess, do any of the members have any comments on the timeline or approach at this meeting?
Well, I think timeline will fall out of where we get to in our discussions in a sense. So probably any questions on that initial introduction? Okay, that's good. So introduce the next item, please.
Okay, so as I said before, back in June, we had a definition that focused on naturally occurring item, and we also relied on a lot of scope outs based on existing IPSAS. So the board didn't like that approach. And the instruction from the June meeting was to anchor the definition of natural resources into existing reporting frameworks that have to do with sustainability and climate reporting. So we looked at the IPSASB, the GRI frameworks, and then also the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, and also the UN System of Environmental and Economic Accounting frameworks. And from those, we actually found that only the TNFD framework had an explicit definition of nature and what that's about. But the UNCA actually also uses this definition. So essentially, those two frameworks talk about nature as the natural world consisting of living organisms and how they interact with the environment. And it looks at nature as a stock of environmental assets. So digging deeper into environmental assets, the two frameworks talked about those as naturally occurring items consisting of living and non-living components of the earth, the biophysical environment, and these environmental assets are used to provide benefits to humanity. Now, when I saw that definition, I kind of stepped back and thought, well, that actually sounds like natural resources. And it does. It actually embodies the same concepts that we're trying to get across in the CP and also at this stage in the ED. But unfortunately, we cannot use the term environmental assets because under our framework, assets has a very specific definition. So what staff is proposing is to still use the term natural resources, but then borrow heavily from the definition of environmental assets from the TNFD framework. So what we're proposing is to say that a natural resource is an item that has come into existence with artificial aid, i.e. naturally occurring. And instead of talking about providing benefits to humanity, we're using language from the framework. So I'm I've proposed to say that a natural resource conveys the right to service potential or economic benefits. So what we're proposing here is essentially the same meaning as what is in the TNFD framework and the UNCEA, but we're using language in our conceptual framework so that everything hangs together when we finally propose this as an exposure draft definition. Okay. And the plan, in addition to this revised definition, the plan is also to have accompanying application guidance, and then also having a very wholesome discussion in the basis of conclusions to essentially tell constituents how we came up with this definition and what we've looked at in terms of background research to come up with these concepts. Okay. So before I open up to the board, one other thing that I want to add is when we moved away from using the rebuttable presumption approach to recognition, the issue of having to inventory all the potential natural resources came up again. So what we're proposing is, because now we're using this revised definition to essentially say, you have to be a resource that's being used to provide service potential or economic benefits. One way of limiting this inventorying exercise is to have some sort of guidance to say, well, entities don't have to go down to the individual resource level, but what you can do is think about what programs you have in place or what plans you have to start programs where you will be using resources to provide service potential or economic benefits. So instead of going all the way down to the individual physical asset level or physical resource level, by focusing on an entity's programs, you are actually giving entities a much easier way to identify all the potential natural resources that they'll have to account for. So I'll just pause here to get the board.
Okay, thanks, Edwin. So comments, questions from the board? Todd, you beat Andrew to the draw there. So Todd, Andrew, and then Patricia.
Thanks, Ian. I think it's part B of the definition that doesn't quite work for me. So a natural resource is an item which conveys to the entity the right to service. The resource itself doesn't convey a right. Legislation can convey a right, or some other thing can convey the right. So I wonder whether part B should just say a natural resource is an item which possesses either service potential or the capability to generate economic benefits, or both, because it needs to possess that. In terms of whether or not you have an asset, you'll start working through the criteria. So I think you can keep the definition a little bit simpler.
Thanks, Todd. What I'm going to do is just take the round of comments, I think, from the flags up at the moment, and then we'll synthesize where we've got to at that stage. So Andrew.
Thanks. I'm in part A of the definition where we say came into existence without artificial aid. And I know we've had lots of discussions around human intervention, artificial aid, etc. But I think when reading the proposals in the EED, I actually don't think we need to go into that realm anymore. I think we can say that a natural resource is an item that is naturally occurring. Whether it is, I physically planted the forest, or the forest was naturally occurring, or the cow came about by natural means or artificial insemination, for example, it's still a naturally occurring item. I think you can still apply the principles within the standard and get to the correct answer, right? So it will refer you back into, if it's for use, to PPE or something along those lines. So I think this artificial sort of split that we start to create now about was there human intervention or not, just deters from what we're actually trying to capture here.
Thanks, Andrew. Patricia?
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with, I think it's similar to Andrew. Artificial aid, in my view, does not solve the problem in relation to human intervention, because for me, it's a kind of human intervention. Then I think it's and maybe the main difficult is to distinguish between the natural resources and conservation, preservation activities. Maybe you can indicate in the AGs, in these cases, is how to consider these expenditures related to preservation and conservation. But it's my first point. I think it's the change in the language does not solve the problem, and I think it's better to use the same term used in other standard. It's naturally occurring. My other point is about to include in the definition the characteristics of the resource, generate service potential or financial benefits. Maybe we can use a similar approach in PP&E and indicate that the natural resources is a tangible assets, because the decision was to treat only tangible assets, and provide potential services or financial capacities in the recognition criteria. This is the way that we approach in PP&E, because we have heritage assets. And then I think it's possible to use the same approach and to solve the problem, to establish the set of natural resources that the entity has to recognize. Yes, I think it's this. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. Mike, then over to Adrian.
So thank you, Chair. I want to a certain extent echo what Andrew and Patricia mentioned. If we, let's say, have a look on the development of our discussion from March, June, and now in September, we see we had in March that criteria not being subject to human intervention, and we are now back to without artificial aid. Yes, we have a different wording, but I think in fact the challenges remain the same. And so, let's say, I think it's also an reputational risk for the board even to, let's say, give the impression that we are solving with rewording those problems which are in fact not solved. So I would, if we need such a wording, I would stick to that what we had in March. So that's first comment. The second one is on the basis for conclusion. I appreciate what's explained there, but I think that should be more an explanation which we are using internally, because I think that is much more going into detail, and even having web links or something like that in the basis for conclusions. It's really not, I don't think, a good solution, because it could be outdated any time, and I would propose not to carry that forward even to the final standard.
Thanks, Mike. Over to Adrian.
Thanks. Just a comment on the analysis. I think the TNFD definition is very good. I mean, environmental assets, as you say, it covers all the key characteristics of our natural resources. And I understand why you say the term cannot be used due to different definition of an asset, because I don't see what would be the point for an entity to report on an asset that it does not control, or from which it does not expect economic benefit or service potential. So in every case, I mean, the stock of environmental assets covers what we define as an asset in the conceptual framework. So I don't know why we use that definition, which was create the link with the TNFD, which would be good in my view.
So I think going forwards, we've had the debate and discussion. We need to arrive at a landing on this. I think the board conclusively rejected the definition that we had originally that we discussed in March. We've evolved to this point. And so I think we have to land a definition coming out of this discussion. So we're not going to go back to March. We need to move forward And I think we've got a basis here in terms of the two-part definition. Certainly, I'm hearing support for naturally occurring. And I think then there's the second part, which, you know, obviously there are some differences in views on how we word that. But I think, you know, this is where we have to land this, because I don't want to have this discussion again in December, you know. So I'll take staff, and then I think basically we'll give direction. I think those board members that are interested in this debate then need to work together with staff so that we come out of this meeting with something that we can work with. Ross.
I think just directly to Hervé Adrian's point, I think what we meant there is more along the lines that the term environmental assets as discussed here in SIA is a statistical term, and they have different recognition criteria for assets and statistics than we do. So we don't want to confuse by bringing in their term and inferring it's an asset. We've looked at the framework, we've developed our definition of what an asset is. We don't want to use the same term to confuse. And I think that's probably it.
Edwin.
Thanks. Going to the issue of naturally occurring and whether we still need the split, I guess stepping back, now that we're proposing recognition that essentially points to other standards, there is no real requirement to say what is a natural resource and what is an other resource. So I'll work with members to see if there's a way to avoid that altogether. And we'll talk about it when we go to the recognition discussion. But I've already talked to some members and have some ideas on how we can get around that.
Renee, to you.
So Edwin, I'm going to ask you to clarify what you mean by that. You're not suggesting we're no longer going to try to define or describe natural resource. No.
No, we're keeping a definition, but then I guess the original approach in this paper is still thinking about how to separate natural resources from other resources that have been artificially modified, let's just say. And I think if we are landing in a recognition approach where we are just pointing to other standards, there is really no need to have that separation anymore, because we're essentially going to say how you treat a natural resource is based on its use, and we would look to things like PP&E and inventory, etc. So because of that recognition approach, there is no real need to say we need to strictly separate what is a natural resource and what are other resources covered by other IPSAS, which is the original reason why we needed to have a separation in the first place.
I think we have to have something that actually describes what a natural resource actually is. And what I'm hearing here is that, you know, it's a naturally occurring item that, you know, give or take a bit of drafting, that seems to command support from members, and essentially, give or take a bit of wording, it provides service potential or the capability to generate economic benefits. Actually, you know, kind of broadly, that's, you know, with a bit of wordsmithing, that's probably gets us more or less there. And I think, you know, I'm seeing nods to that. So I think if you know, we can get a small group of members just to kind of do the wordsmithing on that, but starting with that as the you know, as a template, as it were, I think that gets us there, because we do have to have something that is a definition, I think, and you know, kind of probably that's about as good as we're going to get. Recognizing that the constraints that Ross picked up, which is actually that this is a financial reporting standard, not a statistical standard. So, you know, as long as we map reasonably well, but it's in our language, I think that probably gets us there. Adrian, you want to come back on that?
Yes, well, we might be going around in circles, but I was wondering how we apply the definition to, for instance, a reservoir. The walls on the tank is human-made. The water is naturally occurring, and the hydroelectric force of the water flowing down is natural. So, okay, I can see the possible interpretation of our definition, but will it be so straightforward to everyone?
I mean, I think that's where what we're aiming for is we're aiming for a term that can be applied, and we are going to have the discussion later on today, which is about, okay, in the context of, you know, we need an example which talks about water, and there's differences in what you've just described between the water that sits in the dam itself. So we need to make sure that people understand which bit of this am I applying? Is it a natural resource? Is it something else? But that doesn't stop us actually having a definition of a natural resource in the first place. And that's really where we need to start. So in this case, I think, you know, if we say to the group of members that we start from, it's a naturally occurring item that provides either service potential or the capability to generate economic benefits, can you work with that and just wordsmith that so that that actually works okay? And, you know, if that's a conversation that could be had this afternoon and then bring us back something tomorrow, and then we can actually just land it rather than run for another meeting without it. Okay. So, and obviously, I think, Renee, if you don't mind, actually, as long as you're not conflicted on timing, if you don't mind actually just acting as the chair on that, make sure we get to that. That would be really helpful.
Yes, and one comment I wanted to make earlier is I think we were there in June, naturally occurring item. And I think one of the comments that was made is that it's circular, a natural resource being a naturally occurring item. So I just want to record the fact that while it may be perceived as circular to some, I think it's the right answer. I think it's the right definition. So I support that. And I think it was unintended to add the reference to without artificial aid. The intent was not to try to replicate human intervention. So point well taken on that. But I really like naturally occurring item. I support that.
Okay, thanks, Renee. And probably what goes with that then is we just need to think, okay, with that, you know, we go with broadly that sort of approach to the definition, what's then required in terms of any application guidance and any basis for conclusion. And that might well be in either of those where, you know, this point about, you know, the elaboration that gets you there. That's probably the place for that. And also then ultimately we can actually ask an SMC specifically about this and see whether we get any better ideas based on where we as a board have landed. Okay, so move us on to the next one then, Edwin.
Thanks, Ian. So next we're going to talk about recognition and measurement. And I'll just quickly walk through this slide because there's a flow chart coming up. But essentially what we're proposing now is to remove the rebuttable presumption approach that we have put forward in June. And now we're essentially saying if a naturally occurring item meets the definition of an asset and can be reckoned or can be reliably measured, then you should account for it based on its use. And the way you account for it is by looking at existing IPSAS. So if it's an item that has the same nature as inventory, then you would look to IPSAS 12. If it's PP&E, then you would look at IPSAS 45 or 17, I guess, if you haven't adopted 45 yet. And if it's agriculture, then you would look at IPSAS 27. And if it's an investment property, you would look at IPSAS 16. So essentially, this is another way of, well, this does not use the scope out approach that we proposed in June, which the board did not like. And I think this addresses the concerns that a lot of members had from the last meeting where they said, well, they're not convinced that if a naturally occurring item meets the asset recognition criteria, it's not already in an existing IPSAS. So this kind of flips the flow chart from the last meeting around and says, well, okay, if you do think you have an asset, then the only issue now is really looking at the nature of that asset and applying an IPSAS that would account for, or that would address how to account for this. So in addition to that, we have added just one paragraph on the recognition of items that have come about from non-transactional events. So for example, if you've stumbled out into the wilderness and found a natural resource, I guess my personal concern is someone might look at that and think, oh, now we have like millions of dollars of revenue. But if you think about it, that recognition of the resource isn't really a revenue generating event. It's more appropriate to say that the credit goes directly to equity. So that's what we have proposed in the ED. And in addition to this, if you recall from the last meeting, we had a presentation from some of our an external speaker where they talked about IFRS 6 and also cost accumulation for I guess activities that are related to natural resources. And the instruction from that meeting was that we should also think about subsequent expenditures that are related to natural resources and apply the concepts from PP&E and heritage assets specifically. And in IPSASB 45, there is an explicit AG that says, even if your underlying heritage asset is not recognized as an asset, if you have subsequent expenditures that do meet the recognition criteria, then you should capitalize that. So based on that, we're also proposing to have guidance on the recognition of subsequent expenditures. And essentially, it's very similar to what we're proposing for the underlying resource. We're saying, if you have expenditures that meet the capitalization criteria in IPSASB 12, IPSASB 45, IPSASB 27, or IPSASB 16, then you would recognize these costs as you're incurring them and recognize it as inventory, PP&E, et cetera. And if you do not meet the capitalization criteria, then as you're incurring these costs, you would just expense them. So I'll pause here and get react. Actually, before I pause, so I'll go through the flow chart first. So this is the flow chart that I was talking about where if you recall from June, the last box wasn't there. And in June, we actually started with a scoping question. And we said, well, if you're already under the scope of an existing IPSASB, then you're no longer in the standard. So we've essentially flipped that. And we're starting with, are you naturally, or is the item naturally occurring? And then we have, do you essentially meet the definition of an asset? And if you do, can you reliably measure this item? And if you get to yes for all these, then the last step is thinking about how do you account for this recognized asset? And what we're saying is you would look for its intended use and you would apply the existing IPSASB. And the one new thing is, I guess we'll talk about it later when we talk about disclosures, but then one of the concerns in the old flow chart was there was a box that said if you do not meet the definition of an asset, you might still have disclosures in your financial statements. And I got feedback that, well, if it doesn't meet the definition of an asset, it would be very hard to audit disclosures that relate to those items. So we've kind of stepped back and said, well, if you have naturally occurring items that do not meet the definition of an asset, then any disclosures are more appropriate in the broader general purpose financial reports rather than in the financial statements. Okay. So I'll pause here now and see if there are any comments from the board.
Okay, so I think go back to your previous slide because there's a lot in that. So can we just focus on the recommendations here first and get comments? So Andrew, I think you were first and then Lucy.
Thanks. I guess I've got concerns on the recognition, initial measurement, and subsequent measurement proposals that we've got. On the recognition, I think we're creating an inconsistency within our suite of standards by going down this path because we define what this natural resource is. We then say, based on what its use is, you would go to, PPE, investment property, biological assets, etc., which have got different recognition criteria from what we're proposing here. So we've got the sort of standard recognition criteria, but we've overlaid these intangible asset, for lack of a better word, criteria on top of it. And so it creates this different threshold. And I guess I don't understand principally why we would do that if the asset's going to end up back in one of the other asset standards. So from a recognition criteria, I struggle to get there. initial measurements is the same sort of a concern where we've got detailed initial measurement principles in the other asset standards. If this asset is going to end up there, you know, let's put it there from the outset. Why do we have this criteria that sits in here? And then from the subsequent expenditure that we've got, Edwin, you're likening it to sort of the heritage assets where you've got expenditure you incur perhaps on an asset that wasn't originally recognized. I think in my view here, if you are doing that and the asset wasn't originally recognized, I don't know that the subsequent expenditure would qualify for recognition of an asset. And if it does, I think you've probably got a different asset, right? It's probably a fence or a dam wall or something that you've built. And so the nature of the asset is then different. So I'm not necessarily convinced that that guidance applies here.
Ross, you want to come back on that? I'm going to take the members' flags that are up now, and then we'll come back and stuff.
Yeah, just an interesting observation is when I think about that, I think I would struggle if we aligned how to account for all natural resources, if we define them that way, the same, when the nature of the item and how it contributes to an entity's objectives is inventory, PP&E, or something else. And we then change that so that you've got things that are natural resources that are actually inventory, but we're accounting for them different because we want them to be the same because they're natural items. It's a little circular for me. I think if we make the decision that the reason it's an asset is because it contributes to the entity's objectives, then it has to be consistent with PP&E, inventory, agriculture. So I guess that's where I'm a little bit lost, because what the guidance is saying is if it's meets the definition of a natural resource, then you use the accounting guidance based on its nature as it contributes to the entity's objectives. So I don't know how we can, I don't know how to fix that problem in a logical way.
Can I just take the other initial comments? So I've got Lucy, Mike, and Liang, and then I want to circle back to staff at that stage. So Lucy next.
Thank you, Chair. I tend to concur in the staff recommendation that we revise the proposed recognition guidance on accounting natural resources, which will now be in accordance with their use. However, the question that I would like to pose is how do we account for natural resources which will meet the recognition criteria, but their use cannot be readily identified, or it has yet to be determined, or are to be held, these natural resources are to be held for currently undetermined future use. So I think there should be policy or guidelines that we should provide to account for all these types of natural resources assets. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. Mike, and then Liang.
So thank you, Chair. Well, in overall, I'm very, let's say, I like that approach to refer to existing standards as far as possible. I think that is the right solution. Even we have in Germany some experiences with entities which are doing accrual accounting and they are already recognizing protected forest. So that is a quite good move, I think. However, I think there's a basic principle which is not mentioned that way in that draft, because to my mind, it's use the existing standards unless there's specific guidance in this new draft. I think that could be clearer as an introduction or said, because you find it out when you run through that, and I will later on have some comments on the individual pages. So having said, I just think that should be really made clear that the existing literature already works on natural resources, and we have just some exemptions here which are special. And then we, I think, could, let's say, streamline the draft a little bit. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Liang.
Actually, I'm quite struggling on this, whether we put the recognition and the measurement principle in other individual standard, or we put together in the natural resources standard. I think if staff proposal is one way, but the other way is we just put everything together. The good point is that people may use it more easily and to can have the big picture of all natural resources. So I'm still struggling on this. Another point for me is even we want to apply this approach as staff propose, I have question whether we will go to IPSASB 27 agriculture standard. Actually, when I look at the scope and the definition in the agriculture standard, actually it is said the scope of the standard is that apply for the following item when they are related to agriculture activity. And the definition of agriculture activity is the management by an entity of the biological transformation and harvest of biological asset for blah, blah. But I think if you are something relate scope in agriculture standard, there must have some processing by human beings. So if we consider this as per actual, they are not natural resources. So my view is that maybe IPSASB 27 is not the standard we should refer to. Thank you.
Thanks, Liang. So I think there's a specific issue which you bring up in the context of 27, but in a sense, actually, some of this is like the the kind of point that Mike was bringing up, which is it underlines a number of these comments, which is that we, through various different discussions, I think there has been a desire that we create space for naturally occurring items to be recognized, and that we have the guidance in one place. The question then is, at what point do you move over into another standard? So almost there's, I think what was underlying perhaps what Mike was saying was kind of like, what's your default almost here? Is it that you're in this standard unless you meet the criteria to be in one of the other standards? So that there's a kind of, what's our logic here, really? Within that overall, we have a definition of natural resources, and how do we, what is our logic there? And it maybe goes to the flow chart, but it's actually okay. If we've got that universe, we need to provide some guidance unless it falls into something else. And maybe it's that sort of, we haven't quite got that sense of, here's the guidance unless it happens to fall into. Then there are subsidiary questions that have been raised, I think, which is Andrew's point about recognition criteria and so on. And maybe it's that, maybe there is a consistency point or not, I don't know. And then there's also Liang's point about actually, are we, is there a direct connection or is there not? I don't know whether staff want to add anything more at that stage before I open up for some further comments from members. Edwin.
Yeah, going back to the point about whether or what happens to assets that don't have a use or that aren't being used right now. I guess the whole point of being an asset is that it is being used to satisfy an entity's objectives. So if you're telling me that there's an item that's just sitting out there that's not being used and etc., then it wouldn't actually be recognized as an asset. You wouldn't need to account for it. Now, we haven't really gotten to what to do with that, but what we're proposing now is, from an accounting perspective, you would just do nothing because it wouldn't be recognized.
At that point, I think I'm going to take some more comments, because I think we have an unresolved issue here on the logic flow, and So I just want to see whether there's, because I think we have that concept that, you know, there are these things that are assets, and you go back to the definition of what a, you know, a natural resource actually is. Question is whether you're using them now or whether there's a potential and you know, how it fits with objectives. So I'll take some further comments at this stage. So I think I'm going to go to Patricia, then Todd, then Lynn, and then Mari, and then we'll see where we've got to at that stage.
Thank you. In consultation paper, the rationale is how to identify, recognize, and measure the natural resource itself, and not relate assets or relate activities. And I think when this proposal change the rationale present for the constituents, and consequently, I think, and in the first point is this: it's a completely different rationale to consider the natural resource. Now the focus is not in the natural resource itself, but the some kinds of natural resource assets that can be derived from the natural resources or activities to manage to natural resources. Then I think it's a very completely different approach here. And considering this, I think it's necessary to make effort to define in human intervention naturally occurring. I'm not sure if I have to have the kind of effort, but my position is retain the rationale in consultation paper, because it's the rationale was not questioned by the respondents. If it's different, I think the approach would be to change the IPSAS 12, IPSAS 45 for example, application guidance, and identify how I treat activities or assets derived from natural resource. But it's a so completely different approach from the consultation, in my view. Thanks.
Thanks, Patricia. Todd, then Lynn, then Mari.
Well, thanks, Ian. I will admit to being a little confused as I sort of read through this paper and then looked at what had been put in the proposed exposure draft, and it didn't sort of line up. And I think going to the point that you made, Ian, about sort of the logic here, the way I have interpreted all of this and trying to get that logic clear in my mind, we have well, hopefully by the end of this week, we'll have an agreed definition of a natural resource. Then I think you move to, do I have an asset? Because having a natural resource doesn't mean an asset, it's just a natural resource. Do I have an asset? So do I control, can I reliably measure? Okay, that's fine. Then I think you ask the question, well, how am I going to use that asset? And then I think you end up in one of the 3 or 4 standards. If you read the proposed exposure draft, it left me hanging in terms of that question. We've put some of these recognition measurement criteria in there, but I don't know what else is left over and what you would be using it for if it wasn't for one of those 4. So it felt like we didn't need some of the detail in here, because it would all, as Patricia was saying, it would basically be sitting within the 4 standards that we've identified. So I think it is important that we come out of this conversation with some sort of logic to this, because I was certainly, as I worked through some of that logic, was questioning, do we need a full exposure draft here if we're essentially directing our constituents to use one of the underlying 4 standards?
Lynn and Mari.
Thanks. I guess I'm slightly building on what Todd has said. I was reflecting back about how we dealt with heritage items and infrastructure items. And it occurred to me that we started off this project with the intention to issue a standard. But actually what we've now got in the exposure draft is a exposure draft that tells me to go elsewhere to account for things. There might be, we can come on to disclosure in a moment, but it's got in essence a definition and then and go to these other standards. An alternative approach could have been or could be to almost adopt the similar flow chart that we had when we had heritage items and infrastructure items that said, do I need authoritative guidance? Do I put this in application guidance, and where do I put it? So an alternative could have been an exposure draft that has purely consequential amendments to other standards. That could be an alternative. If we end up with this alternative, I guess, should there be a specific matter for comment about the approach we've adopted here? Is what we've ended up with useful for preparers, or is an alternative approach of consequential amendments to other standards more useful to preparers with some guidance? And I think we're sort of at that sort of almost fundamental question, because I can see arguments sort of on both sides. Our constituents wanted us to put some literature out on natural resources. Does that literature have to be a standard ? And maybe that's a question we need to go back and ask them. If they want a standard, then it's going to be a standard that's going to point them to other standards. An alternative approach could be just do consequential amendments within those other standards. So I guess I sort of can see arguments, like I say, both sides, but we are not doing here what we ended up doing with heritage, where there was also a call for tell me how to account for heritage items, and we didn't end up with a heritage standard. We ended up with consequential amendments on other standards.
Thanks, Lynn. Mari.
Thank you. I'm in confusion, and our now at present our logic is we started from the nature, very broad area, and then we identify the natural resource, and then finally the natural asset, and so maybe the very broad area of nature that is TNFT defined the natural world with an emphasis on the diversity of the living organisms, and so broad area. And we go to the very narrow area. And so maybe the reverse logical or structure should be considered from my point of view. And so we identified now the natural resources that meet the criteria of assets. And so we identify the natural assets and then the natural resources. And so the broaden approach, it can be considered. I'm so confusion. And so however, it is possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Mari. Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. I'd like to support that. I think we do need a separate standard on natural resources, not only because it's SAS, but we are actually providing some additional information in here, and that's natural resource and the thought process, a lot of what you described, Todd. I'm not sure our constituents understand that. And if you bury it in all the standards, they're not going to know to go look for it. So what having a separate standard on natural resources reminds our constituents this is something they need to be thinking about. And we have provided some additional guidance in it you can put in one place that takes them to the other places. So I think this actually, when you think about it from our constituents' perspective, actually does answer a question they have. We also don't know going down the road what other things may be defined as a natural resource, and this gives us a place to be able to hang that when that ever comes about. So I think there is a need for a separate standard.
Thanks, Scott. So I think, you know, it's a good debate to have at this stage in terms of actually, given where we've got to, actually, you know, are we, you know, is there a need for a separate standard, or can you just deal with it as consequential amendments? I mean, to your point, Scott, the board all along has actually desired that there could be a space for things that don't fall into another standard that are naturally occurring that would meet the definition of an asset, even if that asset is not being employed necessarily at this point in time. So there's been those board discussions. I think there is an expectation from stakeholders that we will provide guidance on natural resources. And there's probably quite an important perception point, if you like, because natural resources are important from the public sector perspective. So then there is a question as tactically, do you provide it in one place or do you provide it in across a range of places? On the latter point, there probably is a difference between the situation that we had on heritage and infrastructure, where tactically we wanted to convey the fact that they are property, plants and equipment, albeit with important particular characteristics that give rise to particular challenges. Whereas here, I think what we're trying to do is actually draw together guidance, even if we signpost that in some cases it might fall into other standards. And I think there's a kind of, around the debate that we've had today, there's this question about, does it automatically fall into one of the other standards? And Liang's, for example, raised the point about IPSAS 27. Or are there items that actually are assets that don't fall into those other standards? And we probably need to get our own thinking sorted and to convey that, I think, if we're going to be able to write this standard. So I think that, you know, it is that, how do you actually allow the space, if that's the board continues to desire that, which is what Scott's articulated, and I think other members articulated all the way through. And then how do you, you know, if that is the separate space that's desired, how do you articulate between this standard and those other standards? And to Lynn's point, you know, it may well be that, you know, if we succeed in developing the ED along the lines that we've kind of been working on, that there actually is, you know, some form of alternative view or something like that, which actually asks that more fundamental question. If we as a board are happy that we've gone down the route of a separate standard because it creates a space, because it's emblematic for the public sector, you know, we're seen to address the need through a standard, all those kinds of things. I'm going to take a couple more comments. Fabienne, maybe I'll bring you in at this stage, just in terms of, just to reflect back where, because the, you know, the CAG has discussed this, and then I'll take Noyati and then Patricia again.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, my point was not as much as to bring back what you've already heard from the CAG's comments, but maybe suggest that the CAG reflect on that, on the logic and the issue there, and maybe provide some ideas for you to decide in December. Just an idea there.
Okay, we will need to have a further discussion with the CAG. You're right. Noyati, Patricia, and then Claudia.
Thanks, Chair. You have said that we should have a space to identify to clarify whether that particular asset is in other standards or it is a naturally occurring standard. Because in my jurisdiction, there is I suppose there is a redundancy of that particular identification or recognition, because some parks of forests, we already recognize it as heritage asset, but at the same time, it is a catchment area whereby the water is flowing down. So should we use the heritage assets or should we use the naturally occurring? So I think there should be a guideline for us to determine that.
Patricia and then Claudia.
Thanks. Considering to have a specific standard, I think in some cases it's not possible to recognize and measure, but there are few cases that it's possible. Then I think it's I agree to continue if we one initially I agree, but I need to think a little more. But when in the single standard, I think it's important to identify what is natural resource, and in each point, natural resource become other things, inventory, assets related to agriculture, and so on. And only indicate reference. In this point, the natural asset is a inventory. Apply the IPSAS 12. It's not necessary to include as a criterion for natural resources what is in the IPSAS 12, 45. And so it's my first thought about this. And I think other subsequent measurement that not relate with this standard may occur and normally relate to preservation and conservation. And we indicate how to recognize subsequent expenditures related to preservation and conservation. I think maybe it's my initial thoughts about this.
Thanks, Patricia. Claudia and Irving, Adrian.
I would to add to something Noriati has said, what came in my mind. We're talking about subsequent measurement, but we are not really focused on initial recognition. If we buy a piece of land which has subsoil in the ground, so do we have a componentization at the beginning, and we split the purchase price to what we thought to the subsoil and what is going to the land, or all goes to the land? And later on, when we come years later and could figure out what is the measurement of the subsoil, then we will have the initial recognition of this natural resource. So I think we have to give some guidance how we deal with these kind of transactions.
Thanks, Claudia. Over Adrian.
I would personally support the way towards issuing a specific standard on natural resources for many reasons. One is the one you have already stated, which is it is emblematic for stakeholders, for our stakeholders. Second would be that it would be consistent with all the efforts we put into developing standards on climate or in general nature-related issues. Third would be that as soon as we have released a standard on natural resources, it will push the preparers to better identify those nature-related transactions or items in their financial statements, and specifically nature-related as all these natural resources which currently would be drowned into the rest of the assets presented on the first financial statements. And the last reason would be that it would also allow to create a connection with those climate-related disclosures, possibly, and create that link between this standard, which would apply to financial reporting, and other standards on climate-related disclosures. For instance, we're talking about forests. I mean, forests being recognized as an asset in on the face of the financial statement would also be recognized in a disclosure on climate-related reports. So this would be of some importance for me as I see it in the future, to have that specific nature-related standard.
Thank you, Adrian. Renee?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was also asking myself that same question, you know, a while ago as we started drafting the paper. So I'm not surprised that we're still dwelling on that same question. But I've convinced myself that giving the significance of natural resources in the public sector, and Hervé, for all the reasons that you provided, you've articulated it really well. I'm not going to repeat them. I really think we needed a separate standard. The risk I see is diluting and fragmenting the guidance on natural resources, which our stakeholders have asked for, if we start putting it, just appending it to other standards. I think this project is a first step on natural resource accounting and reporting. I think there are going to be others. We've scoped out intangibles for now, but it doesn't mean we will in the future. So again, that would be another fragmentation. So we're struggling just to define what is natural resources. It's such a critical public sector specific issue. So I support that. There's a second comment I wanted to make in response to the fact that in the CP we didn't scope in activities, subsequent activities that may create a natural resource. I think that our thinking has evolved. I think that there are activities out there by public sector entities that may create a natural asset. I'm thinking of a term I use a lot, or I hear a lot, is green infrastructure, right? Moving banks of a river around to moving dirt around so that an underground water system is more effective at preventing flood risk. There's a lot of costs involved in doing that. Preparers should have an opportunity to consider whether those costs can be capitalized because they're generating a service potential. So I believe that we need to address that. While it wasn't in the CP, our thinking is evolving, and I think we should remain flexible.
Thanks, Renee. I mean, I think I'm reflecting partially on the intervention that Liang made, and I think the challenge we've got here is because we remove the explicit concept of human intervention, because essentially that was what drove you then into another standard, in Liang's example, into agriculture. And, you know, for example, if I straighten a river or something like that, actually what I'm doing is I'm spending money on it, and I'm creating something different that is not naturally occurring. So it's about this frame of reference. And you know, I think maybe you can still do it without human intervention in terms of naturally occurring. But what the flip side of that is, the moment you start spending money on something, you start creating something different, then it stops being naturally occurring. If I treat water, it's not water as it comes out of the ground, it's, you know, drinking water or whatever. So I think we have to have that, you know, there has to be some way of actually, if we want to create the space for naturally occurring items before something is done to them, which I'm sort of hearing support from around the board for, we need a standard that helps us with that for all the reasons that have been articulated. Then it's about at what point does it, do you move into another standard, which is essentially when I've done something to it, whether I've regulated it, whether I've, so I think that's why we're struggling with this. It's the sort of what is actually truly naturally occurring, and when is it I've done something, enclosed it, I've done, I've farmed it, I've treated it, I've whatever, and it becomes something else. So with that reflection, I'll take the comments in terms of the flags that are up at the moment around this side of the table, which is Andrew and Abdullah at the moment. Okay.
Thanks. I think we just need to be careful if we do go down a standard setting solution that we don't create more harm and confusion here. I think reflecting on what Claudia and Noriati said earlier, where if we start to create the separate standard, we run into potentially, the human intervention, naturally occurring, that sort of a conflict. Whereas, if it's based on the use, what am I going to use this for? Whether I've touched it or I haven't touched it, it stays in that standard. I don't have to worry, do I first go to natural resources? Then once I've started to now filter or treat the water, now I've got to go into inventory solely, for example. So I think by having it in a separate standard, we create a lot of issues for ourselves. The potential bifurcation on recognition or splitting of transaction price, which scope of the standard do I fall into? And I think that potentially could cause more harm than perhaps Lynn's suggestion of just going with consequential amendments to some of the other standards to say, a naturally occurring item should be in here. I perhaps originally was on Hervé Adrian's point around that it would help us get into the sustainability space, but I think reflecting on what we've heard this morning and just on the conversations we've had now, sustainability applies to all of our assets, whichever standard they're in. They're not necessarily unique or specific to a naturally occurring item. So why, again, do we need to have a specific standard that potentially provides this link into it? All of the assets, Edwin, I think your assessment was all of the assets would have a use, right? And so they would fall into our other standards. If it doesn't fall into those, we would struggle to find something that would be recognized as an asset within the scope of the standard. So potentially you're left with at best disclosures. And I guess those disclosures we could put into the others if we find them useful. And again, I guess those disclosures would have to be limited to use from a financial reporting perspective, not necessarily going broader. If we do want to go broader, I guess there are other mechanisms that we can potentially look at for that. Thanks.
I think the fundamental is, do we think that all natural resources automatically would sit in one of the other standards? And I have to say, if I think personally, I don't think I'm there on that, because if I'm thinking about, service potential, that doesn't mean I'm necessarily using it as property, plant, and equipment, or I'm necessarily using it as a stock or agriculture at the moment, which I think was the point that Liang raised. That doesn't mean I can't do that in the future, but I may well be holding it, and I have it, but I'm not necessarily using it at this point in time. So I think there is a challenge here that it doesn't necessarily fit into all of those other categories. Otherwise, so I'm not convinced on that at the moment. And I think, what I'm hearing from around the board is we need to persist a bit longer with a natural resources standard. We do need to actually resolve this point about actually, is there something that's potentially not part of those others? And again, I go back to, I think the real problem here is actually, and maybe it's something in what Patricia said, is in the CP, we actually had this idea that you could have a natural resource and then it moved on into being something else. And I think we've lost that along the way, which is why we're struggling at this point in time. So I'll take Lynn and I'll take Todd.
So I just wanted to reflect on sort of almost our threshold for when we have a standard. And I did find the BCs of IPSASB 45 helpful. It related to heritage, 13D. And in that instance, we concluded in the BCs that since the heritage nature of an item is not by itself a reason for special financial reporting requirements, a separate heritage-focused IPSAS is not necessary. So I think if we're going to have a standard, then I think we should challenge ourselves. What is it? What is the natural resources nature that is requiring special financial reporting requirements? And I think we should use that as our threshold. What is it that is the special financial reporting requirements that this standard may introduce? That could be disclosures plus consequentials elsewhere. It could be something else, but it did strike me that we sort of have set out a conclusion on heritage items that might be relevant as a test for us in this area.
Ross.
I don't know if it's a direct response to your point, Lynn, but it's around what I've been thinking about as listening to this conversation is if we're going to have what we've heard about today, we've got a specific standard for natural resources. What's the problem we're trying to fix? And talking to people around the issue of why you need the accounting, it seems to be related to preservation. It's like how you're going to keep things for future generations, how you're going to maintain things. So those types of things might not fit in traditional bucket of PP&E inventory, but you're protecting them in their natural state. So I think if you think about an asset in the public sector having to contribute to an entity's objectives and meeting the asset definition, I think we'd have to kind of set out something like that along the lines of before you start altering it and moving into the other standards, and have a reason why you'd have that bucket and a more clear view at the moment. At the moment, it feels a little fuzzy.
Thanks, Ian. And I put my flag up in reaction to what was quite a passionate perspective that you provided. And my question was, what is it in your mind that meets that criteria? Because I'm coming at this very much from, if there's something in this space that's going to fit into one of those 4 standards. And what I was hearing from you was there's stuff that doesn't, and I have no idea what that is. And I think that's where I was back in June as we were working through the flowchart. It's like, what actually is there in that space? Because everything that I can think of would probably fit into about 3 of those 4 to be realistic. It would be inventory, PP&E, or agriculture. I've never come across anything that even fits into the 16, but I can see how things that, you know, could be broadly under that natural resources umbrella might potentially fit into those other 3. I haven't got any concept or idea of things that fall outside of it, but from what you were saying, there must be things in your mind that don't actually work there. And I think that's what we need to tease out, because I would probably be able to relate them to those 3 standards, but challenge me with that, well, because then I think you might get
what I'm reflecting on is the fact that our stakeholders have asked us for guidance on natural resources. Natural resources covers a variety of things. It doesn't just sit neatly in one of those categories. It also there has been a very strong demand from the board across a number of debates, both at the consultation paper stage and more subsequently, that actually there is, you know, there's a variety of things which at the moment you might only disclose, but actually there might well be at some point in time a better way of measuring them. You know, and we've had the discussion around what sits under the ground, which I'm not necessarily exploiting for commercial purposes at the moment, but it's still an asset. I still own it. There's a lot of land that sits around that governments own that they're not necessarily doing anything with at the moment, that it has a value, even if I'm not necessarily going to sell it at this point in time. So there's a lot of things which governments actually, specifically as a public sector issue, actually, you know, have. Not necessarily because I'm going to do anything with them at this point in time. And actually that's where they cross a variety of boundaries. But the point is actually what we've been asked for, and we've been asked for this for many years by many different stakeholders, is something that brings together how do I actually deal with these. So that's why I'm saying at the moment, actually, it's partly that actually we need to create space for that, and partly actually that we need to reflect on what our stakeholders have asked us to do. So there is a lot of stuff that governments have which isn't necessarily being farmed at the moment, that isn't necessarily being exploited, that I haven't necessarily decided I'm actually actively going to use. I could in the future, but I'm not doing that at the moment.
If I can just come back, I'm wondering whether we're not quite connecting in terms of what I'm saying. Yes, I know our constituents want this, but if we're creating a standard, is it to point people to these standards, or is it broader? And I can't think of anything that needs to go broader. That's all I'm saying at this point. I just want to understand what is in people's mind that's outside of those bounds, because that might help get the whole board aligned around the need for a standard that contains recognition measurement outside of those 4 standards. I can't see it. I'd like to be able to see it, but I need the examples to get me there, I think. So let's talk examples, because that might actually help bring the whole board along on the need for a standard, because it doesn't work putting them into either any of those buckets.
I think that's where we come back to. We've been through this argument before. Other members have seen the need for a standard, have articulated that, and you know, that's where I was maybe where you are to begin with, but actually I've been persuaded by the number of debates that we've had that we do need a standard that allows that space. And you know, there's also something in terms of not just saying actually you've got to look across 4 or 5 standards, that actually it is really important, and we're likely to go into a different space here in terms of actually can you recognize this or not, because certainly if you look at the statistical community, they're putting a whole load of stuff on the balance sheet that they describe as natural resources that we would not. So I think there is, you know, there is a real question here, and you know, it's because of the variety of things, and that, you know, that's why I think we do need a standard. Renee.
Yes. So I'm trying to reflect on Todd's question. What do we need to say over and above what the other standards are doing to justify a standard? I think that the definition of what a natural resource is one, but I'm wondering if the other one is what we drafted under currently paragraph 8, where we provide additional guidance and articulate in more details when a natural resource meets the definition of an asset. We're talking about technically feasible. We're talking about the intention and demonstrating how the natural resource will generate probable future economic benefit or service potential. So is that now starting to be more specific about the circumstances of a natural resource versus one of a PP&E of an equipment? So there's that, there's the disclosures, and also the point about the examples. Like, I think we haven't advanced the project enough to understand what we're going to end up in terms of the body of work here that needs to be produced to meet the expectations of our stakeholders, illustrative examples, additional application guidance. Maybe we don't need to make that decision today. Maybe we earmark that conversation and focus maybe on the content, maybe on further articulating the principles. Yes, so I hear the point, I hear the question. I'm just trying to reflect on it.
Thanks, Renee. Adrien, and then Scott.
One small comment and a question. The comment is, considering the lengthy discussion we've had on that, I believe there is a need for implementation guidance on the issue. And the question is, if the existing set of standards is considered sufficient. Well, okay, even with some consequential amendments to the definition that we would approve. Why haven't the preparers spontaneously applied all the standards to natural resources and report their natural resources in the past years, which they haven't done? I mean, because there was a sort of a reluctance, uncertainty on recognizing the natural resources and measuring the natural resources. So obviously, I believe that they have a need, and the need was expressed by stakeholders at the time we issued the CP. So really, there is room for a standard to address the need of stakeholders and to sort of address the lack of reporting that we have seen in the past on natural resources.
Thanks, Beatrice. Scott.
I raised my flag for the same thing. Sometimes telling our constituents they don't have to do something is as important as telling them what they do. Our constituents out there are struggling with what to do with these items. I won't call them assets, what to do with these items. And so this gives them a way forward. And again, if they had an answer, they wouldn't be asking us. So the fact they're asking us means they have questions. And to me, this answers the question in one place. So they don't have to go other places to find it.
So going back to where we entered into this discussion, I think we need to go back into, which is Patricia's point, we need to go back into what we were discussing when we did the consultation paper. And I think the request to staff is to go back into that, because I think we've rather lost the focus that we had at that stage. I think then, clearly we do have an issue here in terms of a disagreement about whether a standard is needed or not. And we need some further thinking on that, frankly, in terms of what actually best meets the needs of users in terms of actually undeniably natural resources is a particular issue of the public sector. There are a lot of things out there which governments have responsibility for, and there is a question all the way through about, can you recognise those? Do you disclose those? The question is actually, do they neatly fit into some of those other standards, or do they not? And I think we need to reflect on that thinking, bearing in mind the fact that we do need to bottom this definition. And I think the definition is at least a way of actually getting our hands around what we actually mean by natural resources. And I think we're now close to that. But I do think that we have to think about that point about naturally occurring, and what does that mean? And does that then mean that you have something different that doesn't necessarily fall into one of these other standards? So I think let's get the definition bottomed out amongst a small group of members. And then I think the request to staff is to go away and examine that. And then we will take a decision when we come back in December as to which way we're going to go based on that analysis. But I think we have to go back into consultation paper and make sure that we haven't lost the focus from the consultation paper, which, as Patricia pointed out, we got support for. And the proposal there was that we did have a standard on natural resources. So I think we have to reflect on what has changed now. What is there in our analysis now that says that we shouldn't go ahead with it? So I think that's probably about as far as we can actually take it, because we clearly have two views around the board table. One is we need a separate standard. The other is it's fine, it can be dealt with in the individual standards with a bit of extra guidance. And I don't think that it's actually necessary to sit here and go through the other parts of the paper until we've actually resolved that particular question. So I think that's where we get to today. I don't think there's any point in having further discussion, because we clearly have two different views here, and we do need to resolve those. You know, and I think that's probably as far as we get today. Todd, I know you want to come in, but
it's not on the broader
okay.
discussion. It's just she said come back in December, and I just wanted to tease out whether, if it was done in time, it could be something that we actually talked about at the check-in meeting. So maybe be a bit open about when we have the discussion. I don't know.
I think you'll have to leave staff to think about that, because we had intended that the check-ins would more be used in the coming year for sustainability reporting. So Ross.
Yeah, I was just going to make that point. We've trying to lessen the burden in the check-ins from some feedback, and we thought using it to educate the board more, help share thinking on sustainability is a lower lift for members to prepare and fits better. That being said, if staff will think about it, if there is a way we can, you know, work on this, but it feels fairly complex and I don't want to rush it.
Okay, so I think with that, we come to the end of today's formal session. We've got some task force meetings coming up. There's also the request that small group of members bottom the description, the definition of natural resources. Ross.
Yeah, also just a reminder that we're trying something different tomorrow, where we're starting the day with the closed session from 8 a.m. to 8:40 p.m. for all members. So only members. So just apologies for the early ask on the wake up tomorrow, but the session will start for board members only at 8 a.m. tomorrow. And then we'll have a 20-minute break from 8:40 till 9 a.m. And at 9 a.m. the room will be open for everyone else, and we'll continue on with the agenda for the day.
Okay, thanks everyone. See you tomorrow morning.